not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, I failed to get on the agenda. I might have had on my pad, and when I handed this thing to Ms. Phillips in a hurry this morning before I went down to the Carters meeting on a problem they had, wanted to give you a report on the affiliation and the financial situation or status of the organization before we got into the other matters. And so we'll take that matter up first. As I view the situation, we're making some progress, believe it or not, in the affiliation area, and our financial situation has improved considerably since our last convention. We still got problems out there. We still got a few unions that we hope will be reaffiliated with us sometime in the near future. We have good reason to believe that there is a good possibility, Brother Orman. He's not here. Him and Kelly's all conspiring together, I guess. We have reason to believe that that there's a good possibility of getting the big Boilermakers Union in Pascagoula back in this organization sometime in the near future. And that just happens to be the biggest single local union in the state of Mississippi with several thousand members, as some of you probably know.
Over 7,000. They ain't been in since Pat Sullivan.
Right. They pulled out during the early 60s over the hassle over Ross Barnett when he was a candidate for governor. That's what triggered it all off. But anyhow, it's looking good in that area. We have we're encouraged over that, and it looks like, James, that there also is a good possibility that the woodworkers in law might be back in this organization. They left when we merged the organization and haven't been in since.
Right.
We're encouraged over some of the...
There's a couple thousand people in that law.
Right, 1,500 to 2,000. We think that there's a good possibility in the very near future that that they'll be in.
Jim just signaled me that they got a contract with Mason. They voted to accept.
They have accepted. They have accepted. They've settled a lot of this that I'm telling you about is contingent on the contract. In other words, without a strike. I talked this morning with W.J. Smith and with young Covington, the young fellow on their staff. It's been assigned to work on the affiliation thing, and he thinks it's a good possibility of getting some of the carpenters union, industrial unions in and affiliated. He says that the folks down at Taylorsville, he thinks about ready, and they'll be inviting Tom and me one down to meet with them. So the situation's looking pretty good. I haven't heard from Jimmy Russ recently, Joe, about his situation, but based on what you and Tucker tell me, that I assume that Jimmy will be bringing his organization back in sometime in the near future. Is this correct?
We feel like it.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, you know, things are looking a little better than they were in the past. Now, we've got a problem or two, Mary, with one or two CWA locals that I won't bring up here, but you and I and Tom need to have some discussion about a problem with one or two of those.
That's improved a
It
little.
is improving some all the time. You know, so, you know, from where we used to be and so forth, you know, I think it can be said that we're making some progress. And if we can get the Boilermakers in Pascagoula back in, Brother Orman, Brother Kelly, and we have good reason to expect that some progress is being made. I opened up the meeting reviewing affiliation and financial status of the organization in the beginning and told them about it looked like things were beginning to work out to where we could get some new affiliations. Now, Calvin, you told me this morning that our financial situation was improved somewhat to what it was. So here's the figure she's got ready for me. As of January 1, let's see, 1/31, that's January 31 of 75, we had a balance of $12,429.79 in the general fund. And as 1/31/76, 24,536.22. That means the general fund is just about doubled over a year's period, the balance that is in that fund, and we have a little better than $8,000 still in the legislative account. And you know, we spent considerable money in the recent election. I don't know if I should have prepared a report on all of this activity or not, but we were successful in begging enough money out of the National AFL-CIO, the Industrial Union Department, and one or two other unions to scrounge up enough money to spend in the recent election. That's the Randolph Institute activity, and the whole thing where we didn't go in the hole all that much out of our revenue, the general fund and what have you. You know, so what I'm saying is the result of all this activity, considering the fact that we spent a lot of money, we're in perhaps the best shape today that we've been in some time. And I thought you ought to be made aware of that.
Perhaps, Mr. President, it wouldn't hurt if I produced enough copies of my report to Coke to send it to the board.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
I'll send you all a
Yeah.
little shot I took at National Court
Yeah.
after the election was over.
All right. So I think we're in pretty good shape compared to where we used to be. Anybody got any questions, any comments before we move on from that?
What is y'all's salary?
Salaries? Mine is 20,000. Tom's is 19,465. This was set, you know, after our last convention, effective April 1 of this year.
What's the salary back now is about double?
Yeah, it's just about, yeah, comparatively speaking, in the last year.
If I remember that convention, we only raised that salary. Some that wanted to go a little higher, and some thought they might want to wait and see what the funds were going to do. And what raise did we give at that time? What did we raise that salary? Wasn't much.
I don't remember now exactly what it was. About 1,500, I think, was added on. I believe, wasn't it, Carolyn?
1,500 a year.
Yeah, 1,500 a year. Yeah, on the salary then.
That wouldn't have been 10%.
Mr. Chairman, we just talking about over here that we feel like, some of us feel like that you and Tom are entitled to more money since we are making, you know, that we're coming along a little bit, and this is the reason for the question. It's been a year since you had any.
Will be a year April 1. If you're going to do anything, I'd suggest, you know, if you're thinking about a cost 11, perhaps put it in effect as of April 1 of this year.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we give them a cost of living increase of 8% effective right now.
I second that.
Okay, you've heard the motion that cost of living increase of 8% effective as of the next payday, I guess you mean, huh? That, you're talking about February 1, I guess, really, aren't you? That what you're talking about? All right, that's on the floor. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Brother Turner, would you raise your motion to full 10%?
10%. Sorry with me. And make it even bigger.
That's what I'm getting at. Not put too much on Carol.
I tell you what, Ben's got some motions, I think, why don't we just, what you're doing that percentage, just put 2,000 on each one of them a year,
How about that?
where it's dropping from. off the other amendment.
I'll second the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The amendment then is to make it a, increase the salaries of both Tom and myself by 2,000, is that what you're saying?
Right.
That's right.
Well, that's a substitute motion, we'll do it that way. He's offered a substitute motion to make it 2,000 across the board instead of 10%. We'll vote on that one first, and if that one fails, we'll take up the other motion that was at 10%. Or 8%, rather, I'm sorry, right, 8%.
We raised it from 8 to 10.
Right. But anyhow, if you adopt Kelly's substitute motion at 2,000, that takes care of the matter. All right, the motion is before the House to increase Tom's salary and mine by $2,000 as of July 1. Do we have any discussion on that motion?
Immediately.
February 1?
Yes.
Okay, February 1.
Per year.
Yeah, per year, right. Right. We understand what you're saying. We having a discussion on that one? That motion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Gentlemen, we appreciate your generosity. I hope that the next time we have a board meeting, we don't have to come and report that we're losing money, that we might have to take a salary reduction.
We do, we'll just send a report by
Right.
mail.
I appreciate it, and I'm sure my wife will appreciate it.
Next time we have a board meeting, let's have it in the morning.
All right.
I think it might be in order to ask this question at this point.
Yeah.
What is the status of the office help as far as renewal of contracts and increase in salary and so forth?
Well,
We're in bad shape.
we will be faced with that matter shortly. We have a contract for 2 years with a wage reopener in it, and I'm sure that the secretary has been taking good notes on what's happened here today.
I wasn't even concerned about that. I thought you might report everything else.
About the other
Yeah,
situation.
about the other.
That's the president.
Well, anyhow, I'm sure that Miss Phillips will be approaching Mr. Knight and Mr. Ramsey sometime in the very near future over the sorry state of our affairs, financially speaking, and that your action here today will necessitate some favorable consideration on our part. Now, we do have a situation perhaps I ought to at least make you aware of. One is that Diane Morgan, the other full-time girl, has approached us recently about an extended leave of absence. I won't bore you with all the details of where else and what have you, but Tom and I gave this whole matter a lot of serious thought and come to the conclusion that we couldn't go along with a extended leave of absence because we wouldn't be able to find a replacement under those conditions. So we've agreed to extend to her a 6 weeks leave of absence as of February 1. We hope that we'll be able to find some part-time help to fill her position during that 6-week period of time, and then of course if she decides not to come back, then we'll be faced with the possibility about a permanent replacement. That's what Callan's talking about. We hope, of course, that Ms. Morgan... Huh?
You may have to double my salary time I train.
I'm sure we'll be having to face that. But anyhow, we are hopeful, of course, that Ms. Morgan will come back at the end of the 6 weeks period and resume her full duties and responsibilities. You know, she's been a very good employee, and as all of you know, she's a real good person, and we hate to lose her. We just hope that she does come back, and that's what Callan had in mind there. We hope that Ms. Phillips don't start thinking in the same direction around here. We'd be in a hell of a fix.
Insisted all along that she'd be able to work 18, 20 hours a day if the need arose. Not
We-
worry about it, you know.
Well, you wouldn't mind that.
We you know, we hope that well, that things will work out favorably before long. You know, anybody got questions on that? Any more discussion?
It brings a question to my mind, it hadn't been too long ago that she asked that she be brought back under this,
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, well, this is the situation, we got there. She was put under it, and we're not gonna pay her off anything. She's got some $400 some odd accumulated, and we're talking about the severance pay now. And, we loaned her a little money. She had a house to buy here some time back, and she's got that down to a balance of about $200. So we had an understanding with her that everything would be held in abeyance until she made up her mind as to what she is going to do. So her account will remain the same, the $400 some odd. And if she does decide to leave for good, then at that point we will ask her to pay off the $200 she owes us. She'll get $200 some out of the severance pay, and that'll be it. Yeah. Now, for whatever it might be worth on that severance pay thing, I've already worked out an arrangement with the Uniforest outfit down here that handles that thing, and I've took out and made arrangements for the IRA account myself, and I've took advantage of your generosity on that situation. I don't know how many of you have thought about it. Perhaps if you don't have a pension plan, one of your unions, you ought to think about it. You can put $1,500 in one of these accounts, and it's non-taxable. In other words, it's deductible. So what I did was deposit $1,500 last year. At the end of the year, another $15 at the beginning of this year, which means I'll get $1,500 credit from this year's income tax and $1,500 next. And it's a pretty good arrangement on accumulated interest and things of that kind.
That's
Yeah.
that's the deferred tax.
Right, yeah.
You know,
That
that
don't
tax
work
you
if
draw
you're
the
already
pension.
covered under a pension plan, does it?
No,
don't have a
no, right. See, that is the pension. That severance pay thing we got, it's 7% matched by 7% for my paycheck, making the total of 14. That goes in that account. Now, that 7%, now, it used to be 7 and 7,
Not many.
It used to be, but now under the new arrangement, it's not, right? So it's up to each individual then to whether or not he wants to work out the arrangement on the IRA account. And I've took advantage of it myself. I don't think Tom has decided he wants to get in it yet. Okay, we have any questions on these matters now before we get to the other items on the agenda? Is anybody here that's in a hurry to leave?
Yeah, I'll have to leave at 3. Yeah.
You gotta leave too?
I haven't got there, but don't need to be about
Yeah.
halfway.
All right,
from it.
okay.
It's
All right, we'll
dark.
try to, now, the reason I ask this, some of these items here we can pass over. Some of them, of course, the length of this meeting is going to depend on the amount of discussion we have, So, well, let's start at the beginning and see how we come out. The first item there is the setting, a review of the fair project, rather. Tom has been working on that, and we'll ask him to give you a brief report on that and where we stand right now.
Well, there's not too much to report. I contacted the state fair office with regard to space pursuant to your previous action. And of course, they couldn't have been cooler. I got the impression they just really didn't care whether the manager that I know wasn't there. I got the impression they didn't care whether we had space or not to tell me they've got people that have been on the list 3 and 4 years for space, which they don't have, and it would be May 1st before they would know it. I told them to forget it, So occurred to us to talk to somebody else. So I talked to Tom Riddell, who is on the fair commission, and they were meeting the next morning after I talked to him. He called the office and left word with Carolyn, and of course I since talked to him to tell me that we would have space. So I talked to him a little bit about it, and here's what it seems to be, and frankly, I don't think we'll have a booth at the fair, really. He told me that the commission discussed the situation with FFA. They have considerable space every year in the exhibit area down there. And he said that what they wanted to do in order to provide permanent space for the FFA exhibits, also provide additional work for the boys at the different schools. They needed appropriation out of the legislature to provide the material, and the boys would build a permanent FFA building in sections at the different schools over the state, and it would be assembled on the fairground. And then they would have permanent space, and consequently this would turn loose considerable space in the, the exhibit building. And we would be on the top of the list and could be assured of 40 or 50 feet of space. Of course, that's 40 or whatever it would be 10 by 10, if you remember the way those booths are set up. Now, we don't see any sign in the bills introduced of this legislation. So I don't know if Riddell, if this is really, anything that we can depend on. He assured me that it would be pushed through in the early days of the legislature. Of course, I pointed out to him that if we did this project, and if we did it with success, we would have to have a lot of time for a lot of people to contact a lot of people in order to get the display items in here. In other words, it's a full-year project, really, if we pull it off and are to be successful with it. So frankly, I don't have much confidence in it. I'll talk to Adele again in the next month, no longer, and see if he knows anything about the legislation, the appropriation for the FFA building down there, and if this don't happen, why, we're not going to get the space, and I don't really have any hope for this happening, to tell you the truth. So I don't think we're going to the factory. Really.
Why don't we just scrap the program?
I think might as well. I think it's been scrapped, Russell, if you don't know the truth about it. They'll tell you anything, this really, I just don't have no confidence in it, actually. I think that's just a nice way of putting us off, if you really want
Well,
to know
you
what
don't
I
think we
think.
get anything, what I'd like to do is offer a motion, we just withdraw, and then you won't have to have it.
Let's try it again next year, huh?
Right.
Why don't we get on the waiting list for next year?
Yeah, that's what we need to do, I think, is get on the
Of course,
waiting.
Russell, why don't we put it this way? I feel just a little bit obligated to hold on for, say, a month, since he has, made this big splash. He called the office, told Carolyn that they had had a meeting and we could depend on the space. So I feel like maybe we owe it to him to let me contact him one more time. But what I'm saying to you, though, I don't really feel deep down inside like it's going to amount to anything. But I do think we owe it to him, since he went to the trouble to call the office, to contact him again and see where this appropriation thing's at, if it's even in.
I'd like to offer a motion,
I don't know.
that anytime you get started messing with it, you just drop it.
All right. That'd be good, that'd be good.
Okay, we will act accordingly. They're not going to appropriate any money over there until they can see whether they are, in additional money right now. They're in the process now trying to find out where they are financially speaking. They got a hell of a lot more people wanting money than they got money, and so that appropriation he's talking about, that additional appropriation, I don't expect that to come forward until the latter part of the session, which will be probably at least another month before we know what's going to happen there. Okay, the next item there is the convention. See if you are ready to set the date of the next convention, the hotel, and so forth. You've already voted to hold the next convention in Jackson. The last meeting of the board, Brother Knight and myself were instructed to seek out information with the different hotels and report to this meeting. So Brother Knight has been looking the hotel situation over here in Jackson. He'll be reporting on that to you, and then if possible we need to set the date of that convention at this board meeting. You want to?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that the executive committee, in keeping with the place and the time zones, also set the time that would be convenient and available.
All right. Okay, now, that's good. That's a good way of dealing. I don't have an objection to that. Don't misunderstand me. But we need to
We
get
need to
some,
make we
yeah.
need to do something right away, don't we?
Well, yeah, we
Get
need
the
to
whole
find
thing.
out from you people. Now, this is what we have to try to avoid. That is a conflict with international union conventions. Now, we need to get some ideas about when your conventions are held, and get some general idea about whether you want it in the early part of the year, or in the middle of the year, or something of that kind from you. The last thing we want to do is set a convention on about half of these unions, like James Jackson and CWA, machinists, boilermakers, that we're in a conflict with a bunch of them. That's what we got to
What about
avoid.
the second Sunday in June? And this gives it time for the both legislators to get out of town. And y'all-
CWA comes in there right somewhat,
What
Mayor,
about-
and what about 78?
We do too, we first said we'd have a 3-year convention, then it went back to a 2-year convention. So we
Yeah, right.
met in 76, that means we'll have a national
78
convention in
again.
78, and it's usually the latter May or early June, if they stick to the pattern.
Y'all be meeting in 78,
Yeah, but I think we'll have an international convention in 78.
in what month?
Probably either late May or early June, I don't have the date of it yet, probably won't have for another 6 months.
We'll have one in, September and October of 78.
September, fall, you will. What about some of the others? What about the boilermakers, machinists, people like that?
This year in August, I believe it is.
So you'll
She
skip
just
next
meets
year.
every 4 years, and we just had one.
Well,
It was a daily.
I was planning on the county.
IUE to be in seventy,
Yeah.
about September 78.
Yeah. Yeah, appreciate you staying as long as you could, Brother Tucker. I'm sure be looking at you. Well, anyhow, Brother Tucker, you got some IBEW people still present, so we can depend on them on the convention thing.
They'll take care of me.
I tell you what.
Is it too much trouble?
Yeah.
Try to get together like we did last time, during the time the legislators found it.
It's a hell of a lot of trouble. It is on this old boy here, trying to keep up with the legislature, and trying to get a convention together all at the same time.
We can always save money when they out of town too.
Yeah, it is a little cheaper to do it when they're not in here, and of course, I like to have what we had here in the beginning of a new administration. I think it's well and good. Of course, you have a 4-month session now. But we got another matter that we don't know where we are on yet, and that's the fact that this reapportionment matter is presently before the Supreme Court. Now, they'll be having a hearing on that on February 28th. And the court might well order special elections before we get to 78. We don't know, really. Of course, if they don't, then the whole thing goes in effect in 79, which means in 1980 we'll have a new legislature again, and we ought to have our convention in time to have something like we had this last time for the new administration. But I think April or May or somewhere along in there would perhaps, from my point of view, and perhaps from Tom's point of view, would probably be a little better than trying to keep up with the legislation. You have a lot of work involved in getting one of these things ready. So somewhere around, I'd say April, May, early part of June would be good from our point of view.
We meet the 3rd week in June if we can, but we can meet as early as the 1st.
I don't believe we've got a convention that I know anything about, thinking back over the years. I don't believe we've got one that meets about the last week in April. I think
That
this
sounds
is
like a good time.
I think this
Well,
is
maybe
a
start
good
laying
bet
out
for
that
us.
next-
I've got a conflict sometime in April, Tom, but that wouldn't matter, so I don't reckon. But, since we set up this Southern Regional Joint Board thing in Atlanta, we go there twice a year, and it's April and November, but I never know the
Part of
dates.
April.
I never know the dates till about 3 weeks, so I don't
Do you think
determine the
it's
date.
possible if we set a convention, you could shift them? You could get them.
Well, if I could shift the whole South to fit Mississippi, that's what I'd be doing, so, you know what I mean?
Latter part of April, early May. What about May? What about May?
May, I believe, would be safer if you just get up about the
First
middle.
week in May?
Well, what about the
I'd say about the
second
middle.
Sunday?
Huh?
I'd say about the middle.
That wouldn't hit the international convention.
No, I don't, if the international would come the very last week, I think it would come in May. Last week of May or first week of June.
We'll be preparing them for that April of 78. the date a year in advance.
Well, I could, except I'm not the fellow that sets that date. I can advise.
That's what I mean.
Well, you see, you got a problem, as all of you know that have to deal with this business, that a lot of these hotels are filled up. If you have to get your name in a pot and get the thing set at least a year in advance, you know, to get a hotel. That's what we're talking about. That's the reason it's important to try to set it today if we can, to go ahead and nail it down on the place. And if we can get kind of an agreement on the date, then we can take up the minor details with the executive committee. But we want to try to get a date where we're not in conflict with the National Union.
Is that what it say, Jim?
Yeah, 14.
I'm looking at my calendar here, looking at the 78 calendar. We're talking about somewhere around the first or second week of May, which would be, let's see, would be Saturday is April 1, let's see, 29. We're talking about Saturday's 29th of April, and that's on a Sunday, and then it would be May 1. If we do what we normally do, we'd crank up April 1, or a week later, May 1 or May 8, somewhere along there.
Mother's Day.
No, the 14th is Mother's Day.
Second Sunday, whenever the second Sunday
I
is.
think that April the 30th and May 1 on a Monday might be a good time
All right.
too.
Y'all like that date?
That would end that year.
All right.
Why do we,
Yeah,
we
except
all
I'm
not
not
gonna
being
start
turned
them on
within a
Sunday
Atlanta meeting.
and end them in the middle of the week?
Cause it ain't got no set time to hold.
Well, primarily, I think, past practice has been that we have a lot of subordinate organizations that like to come in and have their meetings just in advance of our convention. They like to meet on Saturdays and Sundays, and while they're here, you know, they do this in advance of us. So our policy has been, we start registering Sunday afternoon to catch all these people, and then pick up again Monday morning, crank up on Monday. That's the reason for it. Yeah.
That's the way I be Deputy Machine.
Well, it cuts down on the
Yeah.
meetings,
We
you
meet
get
on
2 meetings
Saturday,
in
but I
in
mean-
one trip,
Yeah.
rather than go
I
twice.
don't see why we couldn't meet on a Wednesday and end the thing up on Saturday. A
Well-
lot of people don't like to go to convention for 3 days and then go home and have to go to work.
I know this might has been question been raised before, and I'm telling you the reason we kind of established a policy here, and the reason for it is to help accommodate. And I understand the rubber workers have set up an association, and you'll probably be having
I'm like Joe, though,
Yeah.
I've had a lot of complaints out of my people for starting the convention on Sunday.
In fact, this board, I don't know when it was, but it's come to a vote in the board. The board has voted to do it on the first of the week, you know. We've had this
Yeah,
up
well,
several times.
My problem with it is having the middle of the week, we got so many little scattered locals that lost time killing.
Yeah, that's what hurt.
If you gotta bring them off of work for 3 full work days, then, we try to send a full delegation. It's
Run
really
it
hit.
over into a Saturday and ended up on a Saturday at lunchtime.
Yeah, but you still, if you come in on Wednesday, Joe, you got Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, that's still 3 work days.
And the
Well,
way
you
I,
come in
always
on
goes Monday,
Monday, and
Tuesday,
Tuesday, you still got 3.
Yeah, but a lot of people is getting out of here though by Wednesday noon, you know, a lot of them leave.
Still they miss
Three
Monday.
days, I'm just
They
talking
miss 3
about
days
3
each
days.
way.
That's true, if you run
I'm
it that
talking
way,
about
you would.
ending up on Saturday instead of starting it on Sunday. I mean, you still have the same amount of long.
Well, all we start is restoration on Sunday. The convention don't actually start till Monday. And then we try to get the business through right by noon Wednesday.
But it's when it's Saturday.
see,
Starts
we
Saturday.
meet though, Joe, on Saturday and Sunday before the convention.
So you have to
That
bring
keeps
people in
down
on
the
the
lost time. Cause if we come in and met, our bylaws and the state organization says meet 2 days prior to the convention. So if the convention started on Wednesday, we'd meet on a Monday. So people have a flat week off. Some smaller locals can't hardly afford to pay.
Well, you've got
On
another.
Saturday, you got you pay time and a half, and then double time on that Saturday, they already run the show.
Well, that's, the question raised why, this is why it's been done, and
You got another
Do like
problem.
me, ain't no such thing as lost time, the rubber workers company pays it.
Everybody ain't that
You ought to
fortunate.
stay in the convention.
We don't like
I'd have
that.
one every week, wouldn't you?
we ain't got too many organizations that's done that, an effective job at the bargaining table yet.
Joe, there's
But
another
that's the
problem.
reason for it, Joe, is, because, you know, of the fact that some of these other associations would like to meet in advance, and most of them like to meet on Saturday or Sunday. So we register those people that are here Sunday afternoon, crank up on Monday morning, and
See,
try to
you
get
couldn't-
through by
see,
Wednesday.
You couldn't register the people the same morning the convention started. Say if the convention's gonna start Wednesday morning, and that means you're gonna have to start registering Tuesday night.
Right.
And then the crew, then if the board's gonna meet prior to that, then we're gonna be here on what? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Now, of course, you never know about these situations. We just might find ourselves in a situation we might have to schedule a 4-day convention. We're not nailed down with a 3-day
No,
convention.
no.
But it's worked out up to this point where we can take care of everything in a 3-day period. So if we get into 4 days, we go through Thursday. Well, are we ready to take a vote, anything on setting it kind of on a tentative basis for that week, the first week of May, which would involve the,
It's gonna look funny to have it April and May.
That
you know,
May
like
8th
April
thing,
30th
I
and then
think,
May
might be the
1st.
time. Since
May
Mother's Day is the 14th, it sounds to
The
me like.
weekend of May 8th,
I think
May
that's-
8th,
yeah, that's
anybody
probably
know of
what he's trying
anything
to have it
would be
part-
in conflict?
in other words, that would begin, Sunday is on the 7th, so we're talking about that week beginning the 7th of May, is that what we're talking?
I'd like to offer letters of motion.
That'd be a
Okay.
week before Mother's Day, that'd be fine.
All right, do we get a second of that motion?
Yeah, exactly.
We have any more discussion? Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? All right, the motion's carried and so ordered. Now let me pose you a question. And that is something like this. In the event, that some of you discover that this is in conflict with your National Union Convention or some other National Union Convention, if we find that situation, then would it meet your approval for us to convene the executive committee and reset the date? Is that okay?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, then we'll follow that procedure. No point, no need of
That would
taking a
probably
vote.
also
Yeah.
prevail in the event you couldn't get
The hotel,
Place, yeah.
right,
Place.
right. But I think we can right now.
But look, be
Yeah.
sure and notify everybody about it.
Yeah,
Look, if, as quick as
Yeah.
it's changed.
Right.
that's,
right.
How big an undertaking would it be to submit a letter to each international to find out when they're scheduled in convention?
We can do that.
Well, of
We
course,
can do
they've
that.
done it now, most of them ain't even decided, they wait a year and have an answer.
No, they got the time up at hotel too, most of them done made.
Well, the FLCO, the best way of doing that is checking with the FLCO, the national office. All of these unions notify them of their convention date. So the easiest way of doing that is check with Lane Kirkland, and he can find out if we got any conflict.
The only
In a
problem
schedule
is, though,
conflict.
this date, they're not even set yet.
And I said,
They won't be able to find out. There ain't no way, we tried looking.
yeah, right, right.
We consulted with Stanton
Yeah.
Smith on it, he
Right.
said we just didn't have it. See,
Okay.
they were-
Okay, all right. All right, let's see if we can move on. We got several other matters here that we want to take up with you.
What hotel did you get?
We hadn't decided yet, have we?
You want to do that now?
No, I just.
All right, Tom can report to you on, he's been talking to the Ramada Inn and with the Hilton here, primarily up to this point. First thing we did was check with the building trade unions, of course, to see if there's any problems, either one of these hotels, and we've been given a go-ahead sign from the building trades in this area. there was a problem with the remote at one point, but I understand that might have been cleared up. You wanna, report to them on some of your?
Well, we've just, like you said, we've consulted with the Ramada Inn Coliseum and with the Hilton. Their facilities are about the same. They've got ample facilities. The room rates, of course, they won't tell you anything now for 78, but both of them said, though, that as of this time next year, they will give us a guarantee on the single and double rate. This business of having to have a meal in order to keep from paying for the convention hall is no longer a problem. Both of them will provide the convention hall as complements of the facility after we have, say, 150 or 75 or so bedrooms reserved. So they've got all the committee rooms we need. They're both anxious to work with us. And as far as the facilities, there's not a lot different. Both of them got ample facilities, and both of them want us.
You can't talk price, cause they don't know what it's gonna be.
No, they don't know what they'll be, but they would guarantee us something, though. For instance, now we've set a tentative date is May. So next January, they will guarantee us single and double rates for the May convention. Right,
that would
right.
be all right.
But they can't guarantee it.
We had our progress meeting at the Hilton, well, in 1976, and the service was loud at that hotel. That
But
was
Ramada
the
Inn-
progress meeting.
For parking,
I would
everything
prefer
at
that,
Ramada Inn.
you might, well,
You can't get no parking.
the Holiday Inn downtown was suitable to a lot of people. I understand Tom had a lot of problems, but,
More than we ever had.
Hey, I
More than
tell
all the others ever put together, really.
I got nothing but beautiful service down there, the best I ever had in all the hotels I stayed in.
Holiday Inn?
Holiday Inn.
What, you want us to
downtown.
check the Holiday Inn out?
Well, hey, that's me personally, I never
Yeah.
had, man, you could even get an orange sent up to your room to press your clothes with for no charge.
Yeah, I could.
That was the best service
Anything
ever.
y'all talk to.
I said, I'm glad Tom's getting all the flack, cause they give me all the service.
God, I got it, man. Let me
That was the
tell you.
best
Well,
service I've ever had in the
We
hotel.
can check the Holiday Inn out. They've got new management down there.
Their
We,
prices were so far above the others,
I
wasn't
stayed
it?
there 3 days.
No, but Hilton's what it was.
the Hilton's prices was out of reach the last
That's the
time.
one,
They've,
maybe one of them was way up.
Well, the Holiday Inn was
not
19
bad.
in tax, which was above everybody else in town, except the Hilton.
we can check the
Yeah, but we
Holiday Inn
got
out if you
that
want
Holiday
to.
Inn, that business of wanting a cash deposit, and Lord God, that's gonna go that route.
Well, I tell you what, they don't nobody know. Of course, I get paid to do that, don't get me wrong. They don't nobody know, even Claude, how near I come knocking that son of a bitch in the head. Excuse me, girl. When he started that business of a guarantee, you know, and then trying to make us think that we are just Johnny-come-laters who never arranged a convention before, that everybody did that. Well, you know, he was a bald-faced, unadulterated, plain old cotton-picking liar, see? And I just didn't appreciate it. And instead of him notifying us, I gotta get cussed out by long-distance telephone, you know? And don't think I didn't tell it. And if it hadn't been Mr. Ramsey, I'd have knocked the hell out of him right in his own office. I don't mind telling him, see?
if the management has changed down there, it might be, you know, it might take a look into it.
If it's the same management, but it's requiring all that cash deposit, people, that's crazy.
I never did get my cash deposit.
Well, they demanded it in a letter to some of my delegates.
We
I
managed
told
to get
him
him
not to pay it.
we managed to get him to come off of it by breaking off the reservation date 2 weeks before the convention.
But that's
See,
how he
he
wrote.
reached
Don't
up
tell how many
over his
people
head and
demanded
pulled
it.
down a print out there as long as this table and proceeded to tell us, you remember, that group, list of names on that one printout was people that had reservations for one convention and didn't show, and he didn't have them rented out, and it caught him with his britches down. It cost him a lot of money, see. Well, I rubbed it in on him, and on Tuesday morning I met him in the hallway down there, and I says, how much problem you got? See, we had 71 delegates that had not pre-registered, that came in, plus additional guests that we didn't know anything about. So they were full and running over. They made more money on our convention than any convention they probably ever had. And I said to him, I said, how much money have you lost? How many rooms you got vacant? And he just grinned and walked off. You see, that was a sign that he had lied.
Go to
You
the
see what I
Holiday
mean?
Inn Coliseum.
I think it's where we'll wind up
Yeah.
at.
It's got better parking place, that's the only thing I can say about it.
Let's get some preferences here. Is the Ramada Inn okay with everybody?
It's fine with me, the Hilton was lousy last year.
Well, we need to kind of spread our business around a little bit. We haven't been to Ramada lately, so maybe we ought to think about Ramada. Huh? Anybody got any objections to the Ramada? Let's put it that way.
Don't have a heart attack in it.
All right. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Let's leave that. We'll have another board meeting before the end of the year, and we can advise you on all this and see if you got any opinions or decisions on it at that point. Okay. All right. Let's move on a little bit if we can. We got several things here that yet to take up. We'd like some discussions from you on, and perhaps a decision on several. We've been talking a little bit about the possibility of doing a couple of things this year, considering the fact that it's kind of an off year in terms of political activity and that type of thing. And you know, we had a series of area meetings conducted jointly by the state AFL-CIO and the Central Labor Councils back couple of years back, inviting the members of the legislature in that area to come out, and it went over pretty good. And you might want to think in terms of perhaps doing something like that this fall. And then we've also talked about the possibility of perhaps having another week-long labor school, something we sponsored here, went off pretty good on a couple of occasions. It was the last time I believe we canceled it out because we didn't have enough people to justify putting it on. We don't want to set up something like this unless we pretty sure that the local unions will send people, and I'm talking about the school now, and run into that situation again. So let's talk about the area meetings first. Most all of you participated in those area meetings. I guess it's been, 2 years ago, Tom, or 3?
Yeah.
About 2 years ago. It was before the last election. I think it's about 2 years ago, and we got a lot of good comments from members of the legislature and from some of our own people. And it might be, instead of having a convention and having a wing-ding with the legislature, perhaps we ought to carry these meetings out there where we can get more participation from our people and perhaps the legislature. What do y'all think? Let's spend a little time on the area meetings right here first.
Well, frankly, I think ours was real good that we had. I think we accomplished something.
Yeah.
Of course, you and Tom both were there. You know what went on.
You would think we ought to try to do it something similar with it. This was, if I remember correctly, it was jointly sponsored by the state AFL-CIO, and I think we kind of split the cost, didn't we, Tom? How we arranged the paying for that?
Some areas of Central Body didn't have it.
Central Labor Council, they couldn't finance it, so we helped picked up the total cost in some cases, I think.
I'd like to make a suggestion, to have this money, let's have it there in the weekend. I know,
Yeah.
in fact, all the full-time people, the weekend don't bother me, because I've never come out of it. But I'd suggest to have on Friday, Saturday night, because a lot of the people working in the plant, this is the people we need now. We don't need people like yourself, Lieutenant, we need to get something rank and file people out, so when they have to be meetings, maybe get some of those folks turned out.
Talking about the area meeting?
They see us all the time anyway.
Yeah.
We need to make it on a Friday or Saturday night, because these people, especially on the coast where you might have one in Biloxi,
Yeah.
take care of Jackson, Harrison County, and George, and Green, and Stone, Hancock, and Pearl River. We need to have it on a Friday night or Saturday night, so these people don't have to get up and go to work. Maybe
I'll agree with you on that.
What day of the week did we have the thing before? You folks
There
remember,
was
Joe?
no particular day, I don't
huh?
think. I don't think.
Just wherever it fell in the
Whatever.
Central Body area.
We had it mostly on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Mostly on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Now, what we're talking about is a one-night affair, I think, is what we're talking about, the area meetings, a dinner meeting at night, inviting the members of the legislature to come out, and in the course of this meeting, I'll, get up and talk a little bit about some of our legislative objectives and that type thing, and then have a response from the members of the legislature in a question and answer session and something like that. Overall, I'd say we're not talking about over 2-3 hours at the most. That's what we're talking about. And of course, if we're talking about putting one on in each central body area, then we're talking about 12, 13 different meetings. We talk about Friday night, and we're talking about several months involved, several weeks.
Well, I was just suggesting Friday night in our area where we're
In
trying to
your
cover
area?
the whole coast, and somebody
Yeah.
else might have a different type
What
of-
about possibility of combining some of them in your situation? We could get with the Jackson County Central Body and the Harrison County Central Body and perhaps have the thing over about Biloxi and catch all of them with one meeting. That might be
That's
worth
what I was
thinking about.
suggesting, for Friday and Saturday night.
I think that's what we did the last time, wasn't it?
Well, we had it during the week,
Yeah.
but I think if we had it on the Friday night or Saturday night, people didn't have to get up and go back to work the next morning. Drive, 40, 50 miles over as you work and back, so.
Is the general thinking here now that perhaps we ought to try to do something like that this fall from everybody? Is everybody pretty well in agreement on it? If
What
you-
other options was we talking about, this or what?
Well, we're talking about maybe the possibility of a week-long labor school. If you want to try to do that again, we'll see what kind of interest we got, but we ought to dispose of this area thing involving the legislature first, I think, and then perhaps take that up. If everybody's in agreement, if there's not any dissent on it, then I'd suggest that you authorize Tom and I to begin working out an arrangement, setting dates and so forth with the presidents of the different central bodies, and perhaps the night of that thing might depend on their own situation. In Kelly's case, on the coast, he thinks that perhaps a Friday or Saturday night would be a good time. In Cecil's area, he might think differently, maybe a Monday or Tuesday night, that'd be better. But if you'd like, we'll proceed to try to work out something with the central body presidents and then talk about the financing and the total thing. Is that okay? Okay, can we get a motion then to do it that way? Okay.
I second.
All right, any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, we're talking about this fall, that's what we're talking about, late summer and fall, okay? What about the labor school thing? Should we also attempt to try to establish a week-long labor institute designed primarily for the benefit of the local union officers, as we've had in the past or not? Or all of you, is your union conducting educational programs and you don't think we need to involve ourselves with it? Some have and some don't.
Well,
We don't want to get involved in it unless we know we're going to get good participation.
our international has had the same problem that we've had for the last year or so. They've had to cancel it here because they don't have
Can't get 'em.
participation.
Can't get them out. What about yours, James? You
Well, we
have a
do-
kind of
we
an
do- we
ongoing
used-
program, don't
We
you?
used to do quite a bit. We do more limited programs now, but we still do some. And we've got a roving education director that's on staff full-time for just the South, and we get him in local anytime we want to on any issue. So we do a lot of it all year long, so it wouldn't mean as much to us to have one.
We have the same thing. I mean, we've got one.
Or we can bring him in to teach officers or grievances or whatever we want him to teach.
Yeah.
And he'll
Well-
stay like 3 days and one local. So if
Well,
we get
see.
more out of that than you do just to get
Yeah.
more officers. We may get 50 people out, officers, stewards and all in one session.
Of course, if we set one up, then we have to be extremely careful that we don't set something up that's in conflict with the policies of each individual union, and it has to be something that will apply in general to just
But
about
frankly,
every
that's the reason we don't
situation.
participate. Our,
Yeah.
I guess, international union is a little different.
Well, does anybody here feel strongly about the need of having one? Let's put it that way. If you think your own union has got this one under control and no need for us to worry about it, that's what we need to know.
I
Really.
don't see any point in having it myself.
You know?
I don't. Of course, you're gonna teach in generalities, it
Yeah.
don't really help no way, but you can't teach specifically because you got 20 international unions there, and
Right.
everyone's gonna have a different policy on the subject you're talking about.
We've had one request from a local union on the Gulf Coast recently about the possibility of having a workshop on workman's compensation insurance. We've had that kind of request, and of course, if we had a labor school, we'd get into that. That would be one of the areas that would fit everybody.
Yeah.
Proper
something like that,
interpretation of
yeah.
workman's compensation and maybe unemployment insurance. But outside of that, we haven't had any requests in the office
I
for
tell you,
anything.
the best workshop in the world on that is we can get something in the law.
Yeah.
The law says the company has to post this stuff now, but
Yeah.
it's never forward. I don't care what plant you go into, you never see nothing on the company bulletin board or union bulletin board telling the employees what they should do if they get injured on the job to protect themselves. If we could just get it into the law where a company had to keep it posted on the flag for everybody could read it. Now, this would be a great workshop in itself, where, the people involved.
It's required to be posted now, they just don't enforce it.
That's right.
The law says it's supposed to post
I
it
know
now.
it, but then, who's gonna enforce it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I
Underwood?
bet you can't find it posted on any of the bulletin boards in the plant.
While we're talking about this workman's comp, are there any of the workman's comp board to be appointed during the convention now?
I think there's one. I'm not real sure about that. I'll have to check this out. I think there will be one vacancy. I don't remember exactly when it is, but I think there will be one position on that board before his 4 years is up.
I think
Yeah.
that's one area that we need to do
Yeah.
some work on.
Yeah. Right. Well, the chairman Noblin is a pretty good fellow, but outside of that, we haven't got a hell of a lot.
Well,
Yeah.
another thing too on this workers' comp, the reason
Yeah.
we got, I guess we gotta do it with our people, is the fact that we want a few states where the union official or business rep can't go in and represent the guy.
Yeah.
You have to
Amen.
take a lawyer in there.
Yeah.
And it's, workshop's good, but what we do is tell the guy, say, hey, under the law, we know you're entitled to this, but you gotta go down the street and get that lawyer 30% to get it for you, see?
You have to start litigation. Yeah.
This is the bad part,
Yeah.
is who can go in and represent the guy himself,
Like you do on unemployment.
or anything else,
Yeah.
grievance procedure,
Any other
anything on that plant.
Well, the problem, I understand what you're saying, but the problem in getting the law amended like that is a bad one. These damn lawyers in that legislature think you're trying to infringe on their
Yeah, they ain't never gonna give up their right to handle them cases.
right.
But the trouble about it, you can't get any of those to
And
handle
they the
the
ones
case.
that's in the legislature.
I agree with what both of you are saying, but I'm telling you, when it comes to getting the law amended, this is what you butt your heads out with, and this is the problem. Yeah. Well, it might well be that we could have we set up these, we done agreed on the area thing, maybe we ought to give some thought to the possibility of maybe a 2-day affair, a 2-night affair in these different areas, and while Tom and I are in there, I could work out an arrangement with the Workers' Comp Commission and with Employment Security Office out here. Maybe we could have a 1-night deal in those 2 areas. Workman's Comp, I think, is perhaps more complicated and perhaps needs to be more time on that than unemployment insurance. But we could think in that term, if you think it'd be worthwhile, that we could arrange for a workshop, bring in, say, Noblin, the chairman of the commission in. We've done this before, several years ago.
We do that to CLU about once every year or every other year.
Yeah. Or it might be that the central body be a good program for them to sponsor. Maybe we ought to be working with them.
That'd be the thing, that's my.
Central body?
We've had them up 2 or 3 times that I can remember.
That'd be a better angle for it.
And us doing it?
At the state level, yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do then. Let me talk to Noblin with the commission.
He's the guy we need.
Right. and see what we can work out, and then let us see what we can do with the presence of the central body. This would be a good program for this. You have a problem generating interest, getting them out anyhow. And perhaps, maybe I could talk to Noblin about some of your interest, and let's see if we can set up something and let him come in to what your regular scheduled time for your central body meeting, huh?
And
What do you
then
think, Mary?
Advertise it and try to get a
Right.
good crowd, and then
That
if that
would
be.
be good in our case.
In your case? All right, we got several central body presidents here. What do you think?
I think it'd be good.
Brother Grantham, Mary, Joe, and Cecil. Anybody else here president of the central body? So we got four presidents, central bodies present here, members of our board. All of you agreed then that perhaps this would be a good project to try to initiate at the central body level? All right, so let's,
Unemployment, right?
you think workman's comp. Do you want to include unemployment also? You got any problems out there you need?
I've had problems with unemployment because I've had extreme lot of them. But I'd like to have a little training on these people when they go before these, interviewers or whatever they're called.
Referee?
The lots of you.
On appealing the unemployment case?
Right.
Well, maybe we could get with, Robinson out here, the guy that took Walter Bevan's place, if you think it's worthwhile. I'm sure we could get their cooperation, that we might, bring both of them in.
At subsequent meetings.
Maybe do it,
One time and
right.
another time.
Let me see what we can do on that. And then we'll be back in touch with the central body.
I wouldn't recommend having them both the same
No,
night, it'd be
no.
too confusing.
No, it ought to be done on separate days.
Might
But
be
it would
the
be
one.
something for you guys to help generate some interest with the central body. You got a constant problem, right? This is the worst place in the labor movement in terms of keeping interest, yet it's one of the most important.
Do a series on either workman's or unemployment comp earlier this year, as early as possible, and then do the other.
Yeah.
Do it based on when a central body meets anyway, yeah.
Yes, I think it would
Yeah.
build in.
Before.
Yeah, well, I'll take the responsibility of talking to Noblin and with Robertson out here in these two areas and see if I can get them agreed, and then we'll get back in touch with you guys, the president of Central Body Specialists. Okay, let's leave that subject. I think we spent enough of time on it. I'd like to get into the legislative session with you a little bit. We've got several matters you can see listed there that we never have really took a position on, and the matters are before the legislature, and I need to know before we get any further along about, what I should be doing in some of these areas. You got several of them listed there, but before we get into that, I'd kind of like to give you a thumbnail sketch of the situation at the present time in the legislature. As all of you know, the session will be 2 weeks old as of today, reaching the end of the second week. They got started rather fast over here, comparatively speaking. Both houses been involved in committee actions more than anything else. They haven't spent too much time in open session acting on committee reports, etc. There's a number of bills that have been introduced that we have an interest in, of course, and at least one is already brought out and is on the calendar. And that one is the one that'll set the same qualifying date for party candidates, independents, what have you. That's something that we've been trying to get through over there for a number of years. We've been trying to get some improvements made in some other areas as far as election laws are concerned. We had a problem in Hinds County that perhaps some of you didn't have, but nevertheless, since it popped up here, we think it can pop up in your area. And that's the fact that the Republicans got control of the election commission in this county. They did not use the standard sample ballot sent out by the Secretary of State's office. They had secret meetings. They revised the ballot that would be used in this county, took the Republican electors, put them up front, and we spent a lot of money worked the girls overtime and running sample ballots off to get them distributed out in this area where people would know what the hell was going on. See, their game was simply this. The League of Women Voters and the local newspapers had already published a sample ballot showing where the Democratic electors would be first on the ballot. Then when they rearranged it, it meant the Republican electors would be first. And a lot of people thinking that they were voting for the Democratic nominees would go in the ballot box and mark the first 7 names, thinking they were voting Democratic without looking it over too close. And, you know, and had it not been, I think, for the hard work of Calvin Phillips and some more folks in that office of ours where we run that machine over that day and night running off sample ballots as they would actually be used, and the distribution here by the Randolph Institute and some other people, that the thing here would have been much worse. So what I'm saying is, result of that experience, I've been talking with the certain members of the legislature, and a bill has been already pre-filed, and we hope to get it out and get a vote on it this time, that the sample ballot sent out by the Secretary of State's office must be used in all 82 counties, where these election commissioners cannot rearrange it as they do at the present time. That's one thing that we're trying to do. And another one, huh? Sir?
While we're on these Democrats and Republicans,
Yeah.
I'd like to raise a question. I noticed Madam McCullough ran a thing in the paper showing all the chairmen of different committees.
Yeah.
Now, how in the world, over there where there's only 3 or 4 Republicans, can a damn Republican be chairman of the committee over there?
Because the whole committee assignment thing is made by as far as the Senate's concerned, by the Lieutenant Governor,
That's what I'm getting
and in the
at.
House by the Speaker.
Now, how in the world can a Democratic Lieutenant Governor appoint a Republican as the chairman of the damn committee?
I don't know, perhaps you ought to talk to the Lieutenant Governor about that. I think she ought to be talked to myself.
The Lieutenant Governor was conspicuously absent during the whole election campaign as far as the front lines were concerned.
Yeah.
I'll tell you for sure.
Well, that got me hacked off when I saw that in the paper about appointing Republicans.
Somebody needs to talk to her about that and a couple of other things. But anyhow, that is, you know, and then of course I've been working with some people on trying to get a bill introduced on party restoration, where you'd register as a Democrat or Republican or as an independent, and all those people registered in that party would participate in party primaries. You know, now on the absentee ballot thing, we're also trying to make some improvements in that, whereas anybody that's away from home on election day because of their work and so forth would be permitted to vote an absentee ballot. You know, as it stands at the present time, it's a rather complicated process. You have to be at least, I think it's 50 miles away from home, and you have to get an affidavit and all that crap from the employer to vote the absentee ballot. And we think that we ought to get that thing amended, whereby if you're going to be away from home and know it in advance, all you got to do is go down and fill out the necessary forms, vote the sample ballot, and that's the end of it. So, you know, so we're working on that. Now, you know, all of this, a lot of it's in committee. Only one involving the qualifying deadline, setting a uniform date whereby the independents will have to qualify at the same time as candidates in the primary does. You know, it's stand the present time, they can sit back and even wait till the primary is over with before they announce as an independent. That creates certain problems. Of course, that matter has been passed and rejected by the Attorney General once, but we hope that maybe the new Attorney General will approve it. Now let me get into the Department of Labor situation with you a little bit, and because I need some guidance. You've already indicated here at the last board meeting that you think perhaps we ought to go ahead and initiate and get introduced the Department of Labor bill. And I've got some problems in dealing with this one, and I want to get some opinions from you. In your handout that I gave you, that you got, rather, you should have, a copy of Executive Order number 232 issued by Governor Finch on August 17th of last year. Have all of you got that document? I hope you've got it in the handout. Now that executive order, if you've had a chance to read it, if you haven't, you've read about it, but that executive order by the governor would establish an industrial relations council, I believe he's calling that thing. Huh? Commission. All right. Council. Right. Right. Anyhow, that's the governor's answer to setting up something in the absence of a State Department of Labor. Of course, we've had discussions with him and all of that. Now, he mentioned this, I think, at our last convention. He's made a couple of speeches on that. He issued the executive order, but he never did make any move to set the thing up and appoint the people. Now, Walter Bevins, who worked very closely with the governor, who used to be head of the unemployment comp thing out here, was assigned the task to go around the state and talk to various and sundry people and get their opinions on who should be on this council. And Tom and I had a lengthy session with him, made certain recommendations to him in terms of labor and management people. You know, we felt that we ought to have some management people on this council that were knowledgeable on the collective bargaining process. Well, nothing happened. So I've been talking to Bob Perry about the situation. In the meantime, the governor's made another speech or two, you know. And I told Bob, I said, you know, Bob, my board has advised me to move in this session in the area of getting legislation passed. Yet I recognize the fact that we don't want to find ourselves at cross purpose with the governor's office, because we're going to need his signature to it. We're going to have his cooperation in this whole area. So I want to know what the hell the governor's going to do. And he's a little bit at a loss. So I get a call from Bob a couple of weeks ago, and he wants me to provide him with as much information as I can. And so I went back into the files and dug up the old House Bill 600 that we had introduced back in 1968, which is the bill that we felt we needed at that time to get the job done. Then I also dug up the substitute for a Senate bill that Theodore Smith had introduced, that the committee had brought out and got on the calendar in the Senate a couple of years ago, if you remember, which that substitute was basically the old House Bill 600. That's what it was. He had all that to him. He says he thought he might could put it to good use sometime in the near future. Well, I still don't know exactly what he had in mind. Now, I got a letter from Governor Finch dated January the 4th, the date the legislature convened, that I'd like to read to you. And then we'll take it from there. This is what he says. Dear Claude, I'd like to have 3 or 4 outstanding recommendations for the Industrial Relations Council, which I have formed by executive order. I plan to place 2 union workers, 2 non-union workers, 2 business people from the larger industry, and 2 small business people in order to make sure that all types of people are included. Your thoughts would be sincerely appreciated, and I'd like to hear from you as soon as possible. With kindest personal regards and so forth, Cliff Finch, Governor. Now, I haven't answered the letter yet, knowing we was having this board meeting. I wanted to get some direction and some opinion from you people. Now, what should I do?
Let me see if I understood that. Damn thing.
Where is the other 7 coming from? He only talks about 8 people,
That's
see?
right, and that's already stacked. You got two people that's not union, but you know damn well what they are. And you got 2 people in small business, you know what they are. And you got 2 people in large business, so you got 6 right there against 2.
That don't mention J.C. Red and John O'Keefe and Herman Hines and rest of the Capitol Street gang, you
That's
know?
what I'm talking about. That's things. That don't sound good at all to me.
Claude, did we ever come up with a strong Department of Labor bill? I think we made a motion in it passed that we go ahead and introduce the bill.
Well, that's the reason I'm raising the question, because you know, this is what the board said, and this is what I've told Bob Perry. Now, the deadline for introduction of bills is January the 19th. We still got time yet to have a bill introduced. Now, the reason I'm bringing all this up is because the board took this position. So I thought that, you know, I ought to bring you up to date on the situation. Now, you know, I can get a bill introduced, no problem. We've got the bill ready to be introduced, but getting it introduced and getting it out of committee and getting it passed and get it signed by the governor is a horse of a different color. And, you know, I think perhaps we ought to find out where we are with this particular situation with the governor's office and maybe try to cooperate with them the best we can and see what comes out of it. You know.
I
Well,
can
what
give
you're
you my
saying is-
opinion. I'd rather take a strong position and lose than to take a weak position and compromise. Just like Curtis said, you got two union people out of what, 17? Well, hell, you hadn't got a chance. Now, we fooled around with the Department of Industrial Relations for several years, and we right where we was 68. I prefer to see a good, strong Department of Labor bill introduced and go to bat since we're on an off-year election to try to get it passed. Something will work.
Hell, this thing here, the way I see it, Claude, and I need to leave and I don't need to talk too much, but the way I see this, if we go with this thing, they're gonna say, well, you got something then, and we ain't got nothing. I
They
mean,
don't even have no constitutional authority,
Well, you see, the reason I'm bringing it up here, I want your opinion, and I want some,
I don't feel like
some
that
direction.
help in it all myself.
Well, this is what we get from taking a weak position for several years on the Department of Industrial Relations instead of a Department of Labor. And we might as well let them know what we want.
Department of Labor.
That's right. So this is my feeling on it.
So, I agree with you, Ray. So what I think ought to happen, Claudia, is you ought to answer the governor's letter and tell him she's gonna decline to name people to his commission and that we're gonna introduce the Department of Labor bill in the legislature. We prefer that, right?
But this is what he was committed
Tell him
to.
why we decline.
Tell him he was committed to a Department of Labor, not no watered down.
We don't believe we can concur with the makeup that he proposed.
Tell him the makeup of the committee as proposed by him creates many problems for us, and for that reason, you're not submitting any names, but you are advising that you are gonna ask your friends in the legislature to introduce the Department of Labor bill. And if it passed, then his counsel would not be needed.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with you, but I wanted to get it out here and let the board take a position.
Yeah.
I don't think we should refuse to serve on this committee if he goes ahead and establishes it anyway. 2 is better than nothing, and right now, we've got nothing.
Well, what could this committee do if you were serving on it?
Nothing.
That's what I'm talking about.
What we're doing now.
He'll have
What
one.
we're doing now.
There'll be 17 people. Might be a little help to listen to see what the hell they're doing.
Where did he
Oh, I
say?
no way would this take place in the Department of Labor.
Well,
No way.
maybe.
But that's what he intended to do.
Well, I think we should advise him, no way. No.
But that's what his intentions is.
Said it straight there. But if he goes ahead and establishes thing, I don't think we should refuse to participate. Cause he can pick people up, organized labor people that would serve on the committee that would do us more harm than them
Well,
around.
you're right, Jack. You're right, you got a point, Jack.
I see your point, but I just don't want him to
But
think
what
that
you're
he-
saying, if we
that
don't
he is-
submit names, he might take some back, we
Somebody will.
wish we hadn't
If he wants
heard
to
of
get
it.
a committee, he'll get the names.
Just make sure
Just
that my
make-
name's not submitted.
Just make
So
sure.
maybe it's a good idea to submit names, but tell them we oppose to the idea of the thing. if
We
we're gonna
still
do
want a
it.
Department of
Yeah,
Labor.
if we want a Department of Labor, one of
Well,
these
let's see if we
bills.
can't get one at a time. Yeah, we got 2 or 3 trying to talk at one time. Marvin Taylor's holding up his hand. Let's let him out the floor for a minute.
I was wondering if, you compromise and go that route, I'm inclined to go along with this gentleman's idea, but also considering this gentleman's idea here, if it be possible to think in this term that you got a 5-man committee, you
got two laborers, two managers, and one impartial person that these two groups would agree on as far as the appointment is concerned.
My own thinking, you see, I'm in agreement. The reason I'm bringing it in here with you. I got kind of mixed emotions about this thing, just like you've expressed yourself. If he sets it up and we got some kind of something out here to do a little whitewash job with, that this might forego any possibility of a Department of Labor in the foreseeable future. That's the risk you run with it. That's the risk you run with it, but at the same time, if the man goes ahead and establishes it, and he's done set it up by executive order, that's there, you got a copy of it.
Right.
That's a fact, then what you said is a fact. He will be able to pick up some members of organized labor to put on it if we don't cooperate. You see, that's part of the problem, reason I'm bringing this in here. Perhaps the way to deal with this is maybe to get a conference with the governor, or at least with Bob Perry, who is his right-hand man in Florida legislation. Just lay it all out for him.
That might be the best.
Yeah, but you got a deadline for the introduction of bill now for
January
several years.
19th.
For several years,
We got another week.
we've been afraid of the word, the Department of Labor, the state of Mississippi.
Well, we went along with changing the name to industrial relations thing.
3 days. I think really what we should
3
do,
work days.
in my opinion,
Gotta
if
be
you,
done by
if you
then.
want to submit some names, go ahead and submit it. But just let him know and have somebody introduce this bill now, not wait, because we're talking about another year if we do.
How many of you'd like to serve on this thing? I need some names.
You don't want my name.
We got any
Jeff
volunteers?
Davis,
No,
all
I
the
will.
part of the state, James Jackson.
I will.
Hmm?
I will.
Why are you over recording me?
You know, don't be surprised now, when I submit him names, I'm gonna submit some members of this board.
I think we need one from each part of the state.
I wouldn't oppose serving on a clause. I'm not in agreement with the idea, but I'm enough of a fighter if I was on there and it's doing something
Well, now,
wrong,
if
I'd
I
give them
submit
hell.
some names from this group, is anybody here that would refuse to serve on
And
it?
report back.
See, what I propose to do is have a conference with Bob Perry. Perhaps money if I can get it, you know. And just tell him about this discussion we've had, and we're very unhappy with it.
Submit my name, I'll tell them which.
And I'm gonna probably come up with at least 5 people from different areas of the state. And you can depend on one thing, that the members of this board is gonna be, all of you, all the names I submit's gonna come out of this group after I've had this discussion.
The only
And I
thing-
need to know if there's anybody here not willing to serve if you find yourself on it. You don't want on it.
No, don't submit my name, cause I don't believe serving on no committee, can't do anything, and that one can't do a thing. The only thing we need to do is get 2 spies on there, see what they do.
All right, outside of Kelly, anybody else? Huh?
I started out on a our credit union there in the plant. It was all controlled by the company, and I was elected to that board. And today we control it in its entirety. But when I was the only one, I was so much louder than those other 4, till I got my way a whole lot of times.
You were a spy.
I'd just like to be sure that we explained to him that we would serve a clause, but that we do not feel that this is, that he's fulfilling his promise and that this is gonna be.
Well, thoughts occurred to me, Brother Tucker, and I'll address this to you, because I know how you feel. Thoughts occurred to me that perhaps we ought to kind of string along with this thing for a little bit, see what comes out of it, and if nothing comes out of it, then we put this thing at the top of the agenda for the next session next year. That's the thought that occurred to me. You know, at the end of another year, we ought to have some pretty good idea about whether this thing's worth a damn or not.
Is he appointing a total of 8 people?
No, boy, look at the executive order, I think there's 15 people on that.
Where did you get that?
It's in a letter, Lisa.
He had a letter.
It's in a letter clause there.
Well, the letter I
I
read.
don't think it don't give the number in
It
the
don't
order.
give the number in
But
the
it's
order.
made up of 15 people, that's why I asked where the other 7 was coming from. See, you don't
He
talk
just
about
mentioned
it.
where
Ain't
eight
eight
of
of
them
them
That
come
number
from.
13 to 2.
Maybe he's forgot it, the 7.
This damn thing, in my opinion, ain't a thing in the world except to get get this thing, we jumped on his back and told him that the state of Mississippi is the only state in the union that doesn't have a Department of Labor or something that served as such, and he's come up with this to get us off his back.
Well, this is what we've had in the past.
I agree with you there.
It might be nothing. By way of information, Claus, let me just advise the board about the manpower organization. He revised the manpower program and board of directors as it was on the wall. We put together a monstrosity of 200 people or more. You know how many's on that organized labor? 3 of them.
Out of 200?
Out of over 200. 3 of them. Me and Joe Franks from Car Rent and Rocky Romano from Pascagoula.
And they've had one meeting, and that's it.
One badly disorganized organization meeting. They promised to mail us a certain amount of material to help prepare us for whatever we were gonna do, and we've not got one thing since then. We haven't heard of another meeting or anything.
He filled 2 slots on the Port Authority in Pascagoula last week, both of us out of Lippin's Management.
I saw
Were they?
where he appointed some people, I didn't recognize
Lippin's
them.
Management.
Well, you know, a group of people have just organized, some of his former supporters, they're very unhappy over some of these appointments. That might have prompted some of it, but, you know, the man's he's getting in more and more trouble every day, and, he's really stuck his foot in his mouth over here on this money thing with the legislature. He's got real trouble right now, you know.
I think we need to serve notice on about this Department of Labor.
I will,
Serve notice on.
let me see if it's all right to do this.
Middle East folks.
Let me get a consensus if nothing else, that I will confer with Bob Perry, if possible Monday. Take this matter up with him, and if possible, maybe go in and see the governor himself, you know, might have to. And tell him about our discussion and the fact that our board is very unhappy over this whole thing, and that we don't think, number one, that we've got our proper representation on this thing, as he outlined in his letter, and that we're very unhappy with it. We don't think this is going to fulfill the duties and responsibilities of a bona fide Department of Labor. But we're willing to give it a try. And if this thing don't prove successful, come the next session, we intend to go all out for Department of Labor. Talking about next year. Now, what do you think about that kind of strategy?
I think we need to put that Department of Labor on notice over and get somebody to introduce it this year. Because it's gonna take it 10 years coming up every year to ever get it on the calendar to do it.
Well, we've had the bill introduced on several occasions.
It's been called by another name, though, hasn't it?
Well, we're not going to quibble with the name, you know. I mean, the name is you know, if it's offensive to some people, I've told them all of this, you know. But, you know, we got a bill out of committee in the Senate 2 years ago and got it on the Senate calendar. A good bill. The substitute for the Theodore Smith bill is what I'm talking about. That's the first time that we ever got that far with a bill, which indicates, you know, that we're making some progress. Now, in order to get legislation passed, you have to have several things going for you. As I think most of you know, you have to have the right people handling the legislation in committee. The bill has to be in the right committee, and you have to have the cooperation of the governor's office. Now, the progress we made last year on workman's comp and unemployment wasn't by accident. It come about because we had a good, well, the bills were considered by the right committees. We were able to get the bills out and get a vote on them, you know, get them out of committee, get them on the calendar and get a vote. Then when we began to run into problems, I had the all-out support of Bob Perry in working out some of the problems, you know. So what I'm saying is, in order to get legislation passed, you have to have good committees, and you have to have the cooperation of the governor's office. Now, if we take a hard, firm position on a Department of Labor bill, period, then we're not going to get the cooperation of the governor's office under these circumstances, in my opinion. we've already got a problem in the House with a bad labor committee. The chairman of that committee is anti as hell, and he just don't call a meeting of the committee. We got that problem, you know. Now, it depends on what you want to do. You know, if you want to get a bill introduced, just to say we've got it introduced, that's something else. But if you're talking about in terms of really getting the bill passed, then I think we have to take another approach. This is what I'm saying. I'm willing to do whatever you think ought to be done.
After listening to you explain it, I'll go along with you.
I will too.
I will try this thing, this executive order for a year and see what happens.
I think the bill should be introduced, but not, make an all-out effort on it, or we ain't gonna get it anyway, they ain't got the money for it.
Ain't no need to introduce it.
Maybe we can get Ray Marshall to push it for us. Looks like
Well, you see,
why
that's
can't we
something
get
else.
some
We'll
help
have a
out
new
there?
administration. I'm glad you brought that up.
Next year we will.
We'll have a
Let's
good
have a
friend
lady
in the
Mississippi
Department of
lady.
Labor, and we might get some additional help out of the you know, the National Department of Labor a little later on, you know.
If we don't have a Department of Labor, we can't expect any help from them, can we? I mean.
Well, we can
sit
help
here-
get it passed. Some influence can be brought to bear from that end in terms of the need of one.
Right.
You see, the bill, House Bill 600 that we got introduced in '68. We had a gentleman from the Department of Labor, Smith. What was his first name? Harold Smith.
Yeah,
He was sent in here from the Department of Labor, and he helped us draft that bill, and we had committee hearings, and he was here and did a hell of a good job. And I'm thinking that perhaps we can get this type of cooperation.
Next year, but
Next year,
this year,
right.
because
Let me
it's not gonna
just-
be set up in time.
Let me just say
Think
this,
that
I
being
believe,
married, they'll
knowing
say-
that, I know this character too, who's supposed to head the House Labor Committee. He's probably the most useless member of the Mississippi legislature. Now, I really, I'm throwing all jokes aside. And I am firmly convinced, and I agree with your views, Joe, you and Laverne both about this thing. But I'm firmly convinced the only way that Harry Neville, as chairman of that labor committee, will call a meeting of the committee and consider that legislation would be get a little time with Buddy Newman and just tell Newman, now look, you know, we didn't get you opposition, and Everett might have to use him in there. We didn't get you opposition. We're trying to cooperate with you. Now look, there's gonna be legislation introduced here on the Department of Labor. You're the man that refers these bills as Speaker of the House. Now there's just one thing, damn it, we expecting out of you is to you see, if you refer this to Harry Neville, you make damn sure that he calls a meeting and considers this legislation. I think that's the only way you're gonna get it done. I think you're gonna have to put
Well,
the heat on
well-
Neville through Buddy Newman. I don't think
Well,
you'll get him to
let's
call a
see.
meeting other than.
The
Maybe
other
you should
factor.
Put some heat on the appointments of the department, the
Yeah.
Labor Committee up here, the Speaker of the House.
Now, the other factor involved here that I think is there, and might ought to be considered, is that we don't know what the court's gonna do in terms of reapportioning of the legislation. It might well be that we wind up with special elections in a lot of areas of the state, and Harry Neville's seat will be one of those involved in Coahoma County. Hopefully Cecil Shelton and some of our labor folks up in that area take care of that gentleman. That's part of this, you know, when you look at the total thing, you know, that we're trying to deal with, I think perhaps, would be better to try to string along here for a little bit and then know where we are a little bit more later on in the year, and especially we'll know where we are by the next legislative session. You know, we'll have a lot of things we'll know more about by that time, you know.
Make a motion we proceed with your plan, Brother Tim.
I'll second, we got another 200 years.
All right, do we have any more discussion now on the matter?
What about when you, get down to the appointments on this thing? Find out a little bit more about these people and see if you can exert any pressure for them to put more labor people.
Well, that's part of my suggestion, that I meet with Bob and we get into this, yeah. Yeah, we have any further discussion on proceeding in
Let me just
this
make a
direction?
statement.
Yeah.
It would be concerned with it. When we went in to talk to him about this deal that we mentioned at Columbus, Mississippi with Warehouser,
Yeah.
we didn't tell him that we wanted them people to use union labor. We said, and we used a little bit of strategy, we thought, use the qualified people that live in that area. All right, if he does that, then he's gonna use the union people, see? And we give him some numbers and figures of the people that these damn Daniels people brought in, and out of 49 cars or something like that, 2 of them were from Lowndes County. And they were laborers. One of them was a car full of laborers, common laborers, and one of them was office people. The rest of them was from Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico. Now, so this is the same thing. Now, see, he's compromising, saying that he don't wanna get out in the forefront for labor, so he's gonna put 2 union, 2 non-union. And I'm sick of it, I said, now, he committed to us, Department of Labor, prevailing wages and this stuff, and I think we ought to put some pressure on that.
Non-union.
We see George telegram about his little deal over at Archie.
Chop his head off.
Well, you know, I don't quibble with you on that. Don't quibble with you at all, and I think perhaps we're gonna come to that before we're through with it all. It's just, I think we're talking about a matter of strategy, how we deal with it now more than anything else.
We support these people and don't never put the axe on them anymore. We soft pedal with them, we don't want to offend them, but Mississippi Manufacturers Association, they support people, and when they need something, they go put the heavy hand on them, they don't care how it offends them, they go do it, and I think that's what we need to do. Stop soft pedaling with them, do like you do the plant manager, go in and tell him how it's gonna be.
And then they get this guy pushing all these damn letters in these papers saying, Carl Ramsey's got him in his pocket.
My God, I don't think if we got him in the pocket, it's a big loose pocket. There's no pressure.
I hadn't seen any letters.
They had it back in that back 80 acres somewhere a while ago.
Do we have any more discussion on the motion? Let's see if we can get this one out of the way. You ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed?
You got 2, I'm
The motion's carried and so ordered. It'll be noted we had 2 dissenting votes. I'm sure you'll be hearing more about this subject at our next board meeting. I will have to report to you on the progress and where we are at that time, probably sometime this fall. It's just one of those kind of situations that it's a little bit tedious to deal with. I think I know where we're gonna wind up, but there's a few things we have to do in order to maintain and keep our skirts clean, the whole thing, and be ready for the next big fight. All right, let's get on to a couple of other items there that were presently before the legislature that, as far as I know, we've never took a position on, and I need some direction on. We'll start with the first in the proposed constitutional convention. There's all kinds of constitutional amendments that's been introduced. We've never come out in favor of a constitutional convention which would be designed to rewrite that outmoded document. That's what it would be designed for.
I'd be in favor of coming out for rewriting.
I think it's overdue myself, and it might be it's a long shot possibility. We might even get right to work on it if we can get it get into a constitutional
If we're spinning our wheels
convention.
on the Department of Labor, I know we are getting the Constitution Convention.
Well, I'm trying to be in favor of it, I didn't say we did.
We never have took a position on it, and I think we need to, you know. Do we have any discussion on the motion that we support a constitutional convention? Is everybody here pretty well in agreement? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Another matter of concern also is the fact that there's legislation in the hopper over there, and the truckers are going all out for it this time. And that's to increase the weight limit on these damn trucks from, it's presently 72,000 to 80,000 and some pounds. You know, they're going all out for that this time. Now, during the last session, they made a similar effort, and I attended. It wound up passing the House, and the committee chaired by Senator Gresham had this thing in the Senate. And I went over, and after listening to testimony presented by the Highway Department, the engineers, etc., as to what this additional weight limit would do to the existing roads, and I told the committee that I felt that, that it would be inappropriate to increase the weight limit, on all of the highways based on the testimony of the engineers. The matter's up again, we've never took a position on it, and I need some direction. That's what we're coming down to. They've already got into it. The highway, engineers for the highway department have already said that, that if they increase the weight limit, then, it'll cost several millions of dollars to rebuild the bridges plus the highways, you know.
You know, there's not half of these state bridges along, you know, your,
Right.
what's known as the state roads. The safety that he picks up is over a mountain.
Right.
That-
Have any of you been approached to support the increased wage limit? Huh?
I have.
Have you? And what are they telling you, that they need to increase the weight because of the industrial situation?
Well, they're saying the weight's already there, on these, concrete haulers, dirt haulers, and so forth, that don't have to draw a scale. So, which they're probably right.
They running it, there ain't no doubt about it.
But if they raised it up to 80,000, that, everybody would run it then. And the roads up north Mississippi wouldn't last another 6 months.
I won't either.
They ain't got
They're
very
not
many
gonna
wells.
last 8 months the way they are.
Well, the only highways that we got, I think it would stand this beating day in and day out is the interstate system. I don't think we've got any state highways that are constructed to hold this kind of weight, have we?
Interstate 55 was.
I don't believe that. I don't believe
55
that.
already tore up, ain't it?
Well,
I don't believe I
point
ain't
here in
got it.
Reading is just like this too.
Well, I tell you what, they were gonna build the Highway 63, well, the north and south corner. And what they done, they went in there with those dump trucks and they tore up the old 63. And now they're out of funds and they can't build the other part. Now we don't even have it.
Well, do we have a motion yet to oppose increasing the weight limits?
I so move.
We got a motion that we go on record and oppose increasing the weight limits. Do we have any discussion on that?
I don't wanna discuss it, but I'll tell you what's gonna cause it to probably pass in the legislature, no matter what position you take in. I think that some of these trucking companies have convinced several of the legislators that if they don't increase it, that a lot of these trucks will start running around Mississippi. And they won't be buying your fuel, and they ain't gonna stand a chance of losing all that. I think this is where your problem's gonna come.
How can they run around the state?
Well, it's possible. If you're in Georgia, you go through Tennessee, and a place comes through Mississippi, you head to Arizona or somewhere. You don't have to run Mississippi unless you're local.
The big argument, though, that they're putting up is,
They say the other states already permit it, so they just run around the ones that don't. That's what I've been hearing.
well,
That's what I was gonna say.
the most persuasive
Well,
argument they
that's
got,
what
though, is the fact that that some of the industries need this weight increase.
Some of them is locally.
Now, I think perhaps we can go along with some kind of an idea about an access road, closest access to the interstate or something like that, you know. But I tell you, we're in real trouble with the highway system already. The state's in real trouble with the Carter system. I think that one is gonna come to an end, before long. The governor's come in with a piecemeal thing using some, revenue sharing funds, to keep it going for another year and a half or so. But if they come in and increase the weights on these damn trucks, the whole highway system will have to be rebuilt within a period of 8 to 10 years. And I just don't think we can afford it.
I think we ought to be on record in opposition to
Right.
it, but I look for it to pass.
Yeah, well, it might well do it. We ready for the vote?
Yeah.
All in favor of the motion to oppose the weight increase signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, let me make an announcement before we get to the next big meeting. Those of you that, are gonna be spending the night need to see Miss Phillips and get a voucher and get all that taken care of, and perhaps send your hotel bill in later. What she needs to have that taken care of before she leaves here. She'll have to write you a check. She's got the vouchers and the whole thing. All right, let's get on to the next one. We've had some discussion about the Highway Commission before. been a lot of proposals made. There's several bills in the hopper over there now, and there's all kinds of bills. There's a movement afoot by some people. I think this one is primarily sponsored by the State Chamber of Commerce, that the Highway Commission should be an appointed body, not an elected body. You know, you got this there. Some people feel that perhaps we don't need a three-member commission, that we ought to abolish the three-member commission and establish one highway commissioner responsible for the whole state.
I like that idea.
I do too.
All right?
I wouldn't be for appointing them, my
Well-
God, they steal enough and get off with it being elected, there's a
Well,
party,
my-
never would stop it.
My position before the legislative committees in the past on this subject has been something like this: that we recognize the fact that there's a lot of room for improvement, but we're not willing to swap any elective office for appointed office.
Right,
You know.
right.
Now, I think that there's a certain amount of good argument in behalf of doing away with the tripart commission, the three-member commission, and go with one elected commissioner responsible for highways, period. This is the one I like.
I agree with that.
What was it called?
That we take a position against an appointed commission. That we don't swap any elective office for an appointed position. You know, we've had too many bad expenses on this appointed business. We recognize the need that there is room for improvement with the present setup of the three highway commissioners, that if we're gonna fool with this thing, that what we'd prefer is to abolish the three-member commission, establish one state highway commissioner responsible for highways in the entire state, an elective office.
I hope he comes from North Mississippi, because the one we got, nobody needs
I don't think it's a question if we left, fool with the three commissioner. I think it's definitely we need to do away with that.
You in favor of abolishing the three-member commissioner? What about with one commissioner,
Well, that-
highway commissioner, elected by everybody in the
What
state?
we've got now needs to be changed, you know.
Right, the three
Well,
of them it all.
well,
down,
you fellas-
go down.
One get it all.
Well, you know what's happening now. You fellas know what happens now. You got a three-member commissioner. So you got a problem in South Mississippi, Shagpire hides behind the other two.
Right.
You go in North Mississippi,
They hide behind him.
they hide behind
They
the
all
other
work
two.
together.
So at least if you abolish the three-member commission and establish one highway commission, you know who the hell's responsible for it, don't you? Can we get a motion
Now,
to take this position?
They for letting that fella
That's so
steal that
good.
$200,000 sitting right there looking at it.
Can we get a motion then,
I
or,
done made a motion.
and what's that?
Just a second.
Yeah.
That we're going on record abolishing the three-man commission and make it one elected.
One elected highway commissioner in charge of highways statewide.
I'm for that.
I made that motion a year ago.
All right, we're gonna take it again. We have any more discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
While we on this, since they're gonna close down this building, that highway, that bill passed in 1968 to raise the gasoline tax by 1 or 2 cents.
68,
Was it 68?
I was asking you the year, I'll have to think a little bit.
I
You
believe
talking
it's-
about the so-called
Carter, yeah.
Carter system that was enacted, let's see, we've had,
66, it went into effect in 68.
no, that was, that Carter thing was initiated during the first year of the Waller
But we
administration.
had one back before that. you're
That
talking
was
about.
the
John
300
Bell Williams, right?
That was the so-called $300 program initiated during the John Bell. That was the overlay thing. That was the overlay program, where they'd rebuild.
Did they raise the gasoline tax on this
I
last?
think what Russell
Yeah.
was talking about happened in the John Bell.
Yeah, it's going up again.
Didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they put a couple of pennies on there to finance it with, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what
That was 68 to 72 sometime.
I think it was,
68, they raised the price of gas 2 cents to build
Y'all
highway.
didn't hear the auditor for the highway department the other night on how much, many more pennies he says in the next 5 years going on gasoline, bill road?
I don't know, I'd like to know where they,
7 cents.
I'd like to know where they spent that 2 cents they collected for a number of years.
Vogler got some of it.
He got 200,000.
Where do they catch the rest of them?
Like I
Well,
said, and
the
some-
highway program
Well,
is in
better
trouble
give it to them,
financially.
see this?
The quarter program, I think, is gonna have to be shelved in the next year and a half. Now, that's the program, there's you know, we're talking about two different programs. One was adopted during the John Bell administration, the 300 million thing that was providing money for overlay and widening of the existing system. The other so-called Carter program is the one they put in with Bill 4-lane highways up and down the state,
Right,
crossways
that was
of the
during
state.
Bill Waller's
That was the
first year,
so-called
right.
600 million program. That was the one adopted during the Waller administration.
First year, Waller.
And that one was to be financed with bonds that was to be paid off by an increase in gasoline tax.
Right.
Did they ever
Now,
see
the recent hearing, they had a hearing over here on all this, and I sat in on it the other day. And the experts over there say that this program is in serious trouble. They don't have the necessary money coming in to float additional bond issues to keep it going. This is what it all adds up to, and if Finch announced,
Nobody to sell the bonds to.
right, Finch, right, they can't float them because they can't finance them. But Finch came in a couple of days ago with a proposal that the state spend some of its revenue sharing money, along with about 35 million in money they got to keep the program going, which means it's a piecemeal thing, and they can keep it alive for about another year and a half.
Right.
At the end of that year and a half, then they're gonna have to make a decision whether they're gonna try to come in with additional revenue or not. You know, that's where that one
They
is.
can't build a 200
Yeah.
foot bridge in a year and a half.
No.
The whole,
But that's the status of it. All right, let's get on the 16th section thing, can we? I'm not trying to push you, but we
No, I
are
need to get away from
running out of time.
Blood pressure there.
I'll give you a reproduction of a couple of stories that appeared in the Daily News about that 16th section situation. And it's primarily about some things that John Ed Ainsworth has been saying it needs to be done, you know, to improve the management of 16th section land. And I thought perhaps we might ought to spend a little time on that one if time permitted. Now, if you prefer not to, we can delay any action or discussion on that, because it is a rather complicated situation. I don't see any early end to it. We might be in a better position, perhaps at another meeting of this board when we've got a little more time, maybe to get John Ed Ainsworth in and let him share with us the benefit of his thinking.
I'd like it that way better, so we know what we're talking about. Right.
let me ask you, they
Yeah.
got any bills over there to correct?
There's all kinds of bills
But
on.
they ain't none of them gonna pass, brother.
I think say anything would be an improvement on
Yeah,
what
but
we
they ain't
got.
gonna get none of them out of the legislature, in my opinion.
They've already passed some, of course, to try to improve the situation, but I think perhaps because of the complicated type issues we get involved in, and perhaps we ought to. There's not going to be anything come out of this session. Maybe we ought to, at our next board meeting, let me invite John Ed Ainsworth, who, you know, this guy is becoming a real gem all of a sudden. We thought the land commissioner's office ought to be abolished, but he's established the fact there's a hell of a lot that ought to be done in this particular area, and he's took the bull by the horns, is what it amounts to.
I see, but George County
Yeah.
got $672,000 some dollars
Yeah.
of land, and these other counties got 19,000 for it in the same period of time.
Oh,
That hurt, somebody's getting ripped off.
Some of it's going from 12 cents to 8.
oh man, it's a deplorable situation, and you know, and it's going to be with us for a long time to come. Why don't we just pass over that item, and let me see if I can get Ainsworth to make an appearance before our board meeting, perhaps this fall. Is that okay with everybody? And then you can take the material you got with you and read it and kind of bone up on it.
Did we have one of our meetings, didn't we go on record as being in favor of for education? You and I.
Yeah, right. We've been on record on that for a long
Well,
time.
you noticed Tommy Horns introduced a bill that's opposed to this. Did you notice that?
I don't know what's happened to our friend Tommy, but I should have perhaps mentioned this to you in my report. I didn't cover everything, but I've been already over there and testified in behalf of the bill. The House Education set up a subcommittee. this bill was given a double referral to the House Education Committee and the Appropriations Committee. Now, the House Education Committee brought it out earlier this week, give it a favorable report. Now it's up to the Appropriations Committee to give it a favorable report for it to be considered by the House. We got two individuals over there, a couple of individuals that I'm a little puzzled at why they opposed the bill, and Tommy's one of them. Then your good friend Lippian from Jackson County also went on record in opposition to the bill, and I don't understand this, and I understand some people really on his neck on this.
And he's a school teacher.
Right,
Or nitwit.
right, well, he's both. He's a nitwit school teacher. That's good.
Do you think maybe that they're getting more input on this than we had when we supported it?
I don't fully understand it.
I've got mixed emotions about compulsory education.
Well, we changed the name, now we're talking about required education.
Yeah,
you
starting
know,
with the first grade.
We had
Yeah.
school teachers
Yeah.
at this big meeting of governor's
Yeah.
conference that they were opposed to it for the fact that you had
Well,
tender age and.
well, now the bill that they're bringing out will do this. It takes it a year at a time. You know, we
Starting
forget
with
about
first
what
grade.
you got out there now, but you start in the first year and you add a year each year. Now, I understand that the Appropriations Committee has dropped that down to where there's only about, I haven't seen it yet. Dan was telling me, he's been trying to work with him a little bit over there, that the committee is gonna drop the number of years required attendance. But the bill that they brought out would start next year. They'd be required to keep their children in the first grade. The following year would be the second grade, the next year the third grade, and the whole thing.
Up to the 8th grade or
Up to
15
the 8th
years of
grade.
age.
Right.
Yeah, that's what.
Now,
the
that's
bill
what we,
is.
that's,
Okay, all
yeah.
right.
Oh, it's
And
got
it
a
ends
max
there. If you're 15
Yeah.
and you're not to the 8th, you drop out, there's no.
But this would at least compel parents to keep their kids in school till at least they got up to where they could read and write and have some education. That's what it would do.
Don't you imagine there's something in that bill too that says if a person is untrainable or something,
Yeah.
they automatically be dropped?
It was,
Oh, yeah.
it was a lot of opposition to a 13 or 14-year-old being in the first or second.
Well,
Yeah,
you see,
well,
but the bill
that
that they
won't be
got
the way
takes
it-
care of
Right.
that.
That
It's a
bill-
year at a time.
They
Yeah.
don't take only the first
Yeah.
graders next year, and they'd be only going to be
Yeah.
required to go. That fella's already 16, ain't never been, it don't touch
Yeah.
him.
Well, you might have somebody that just stays in that first grade, see?
Well, then if he got 15 and was still in the first grade, he could drop out.
There's something
Right.
in that bill that says if a kid is determined untrainable or, can't learn it, that they can drop out.
Well, most schools got special education classes, they put them in anyway, they don't leave them with regular students.
Thomas passing out checks, does that mean that we ought to get this meeting over with?
We're going home, I don't know about
I've
you.
got
All
one
right.
thing I need to bring up before we
There's
adjourn.
one more.
Well, I got one other item here that we want to dispose of too. You want to take it or yours first?
Go ahead,
Well, the item is the steel workers situation, and you got a reproduced communication I received from a,
I think probably all.
From
of
a
us got
committee.
that original letter
Yeah.
last week.
I think most of you have, the central bodies has. My thinking here is, now of course it'd be unlawful to make a contribution from our treasure in this. But my purpose in bringing it before you is to, get the organization perhaps to go on record in support of the Steelworkers Union in opposition to this outside influence is what I'm saying, and encourage each one of you perhaps to send a personal contribution. I intend myself to send them about $25 myself. Because, I just think that this is a battle for the entire labor movement. This outside influence is moving in, trying to finance this cat to take over this union. Joe Rowell, that element, you know who the hell they are. And if they get by with this one, your union is going to be the next one. That's my concern. Has anybody here feel to the contrary on this matter? Maybe you ought to hear from Brother Grantham. He's a member of the Steelworkers.
Well, Claude, in the Greenville Central Labor Council district, we have 6 steelworker unions. And we've gone on record unanimously to support the McBride team.
Yeah.
The McBride team is, backed by IWA. The other team, my understanding, is backed by the employees. And the
People
other,
on the steel company.
yeah. So, therefore, we had to go on record in support of, the
Now, as
McBride
far as you're
team.
concerned as a steel worker in your local unions, do you have any suggestions about what this board ought to do in this thing?
I would suggest that the board would go with the McBride team.
That we support the
It
Mac?
is the old
Yeah.
steel workers.
Yeah. In other words, the incumbent administration.
Right.
Yeah. Would you like to offer a motion to that effect?
I will.
I'd like to accept
Make
it
a motion.
then, and we can dispose of that
To that
matter.
effect.
We have a second of that motion, and what that motion would mean that, then encourage, members of this board and everybody else to
To support
send a
the McBride
contribution,
team.
to
Well,
the
you
matter.
don't send them a telegram advising that this.
Yeah, right, I'll write them a letter and advise them that the board unanimously went on record if you do.
Enclose my
Yeah.
check in that too, because I made it out to give it to Bart Murray a while ago, and,
Or you gonna send them a check?
yeah, I'll give it to Carol.
All right, then I'll put that in with my check, and if anybody else wants to leave one, I'll do
I
that.
figured $20.
If,
All right.
if it's all right, Brother
Yeah.
Grantham, I'd like to amend that, Mr. President, to add that this board deplores outside interference
I'll accept that.
into the politics
All right.
of one of our international unions.
I'll
Okay.
accept your amendment.
All right, he's accepted that, so Ms. Phillips can write it for the sake of the minutes to that effect. All right, we had a motion and a second, we having any more discussion?
I was concerned about the letter, we had a letter that come to our local union.
Yeah.
And I couldn't quite understand if it's illegal for, the incumbent team, the McBride team or whatever, to, have, union
Union
funds
money,
to
yeah.
support him about this other guy. Is he violating the law?
No, they're raising money outside the labor movement, see? Now, this is the Landon
For
Griffin Act.
private employers and so on, like the steel company.
Well, you see, this is the damn Landon Griffin Act in effect now. This is what we're talking about. And this cat, this Saptowski or whatever, he specializes in getting elections thrown out and getting the Labor Department to come and conduct a new election. That's how he got where he is today, I understand. And that this union now has got to be extremely careful in how they handle this matter, or this will happen again.
We got, in every union, you got people that don't quite, follow the rules and so forth and so on. And,
Yeah.
At our union meeting, I had some people, and of course, I couldn't give them an intelligent
Yeah.
answer, but, just from on the surface, it could be looked at as this. Is this
Yeah.
a hand-picked team, and they're trying to defeat the other guy, or they don't want him to run, or what, see? So, of course, we took no action, we gave.
Talking about
My,
Sadowski.
my understanding on it.
Well, you need to read the information you got. There's an article in there by the president of the teachers union. I think it's very good. Shanker, you haven't had a chance to read that. I suggest.
Not today, no.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Take that home with you and read it. And of course, the thing that I'm concerned about is the fact that we got all this left wing. I call them left wing. Influence. Gail Braith and Joe Rouse are two people that come to mind, and a lot of the so-called intellectuals outside the labor movement that, that think that the, Steelworkers Union is not doing the proper job for the rank and file members. So they've decided to go out and try to elect one of their kind as president of the Steelworkers Union. That's what bothers me is the outside people trying to dictate, raise money to elect somebody of their own selection. Now, if it happens here, your union might be next, you see.
Well, we have a situation similar to this. It wasn't no outside influence, it was a radical bunch within our union. The guy wasn't even a delegate to our international convention, but he run for international president.
Some of the same lawyers was back,
He was escorted into the meeting and, for the election.
So maybe they're shooting at you too. But
I tell you what
Yeah.
appears to be happening. I think it's gonna happen in all international unions. It's gonna get worse. It has been over the years. Our international union is the most guilty people. We have some of the most competent people serving as general vice president. They couldn't walk through that door. Somebody else opened the door for them. Now, some people wised up. W.W. Whippenslinger, that was the hand-chosen guy to be the international president this time around, he wised up. He called an executive meeting and he said, you won't be a member of the hand-chosen team because you don't even know what a grievance procedure is all about. You can go down the street and they're appointed some other people on the slate in their place. Now, it might have helped our outfit was fixing to be real serious because the GLRs and the business reps were fixing to run a slate against that hand-chosen few. And they cleaned it up a little bit. But this is, something like this could be happening in the steelworkers. I don't know. But we had a serious problem with some incompetent people.
Well, this man is a district VP or whatever they call
He's
it.
on their board, he's on their international board.
Well, this is what I'm saying, you
But
you
how did
never,
he get on there?
you don't, you don't ever know what's going on within your own organization, so you know, hand this candidate.
Huh?
Hey, let me say something, Everett, where I got this was from Clayton Moss, the steel worker. This guy set up a situation in the Chicago district their last election. He took in a local union, a big local union in the area, and he outlined his strategy, and he had them to deliberately, willfully and knowingly at the time, violate Landrum Griffin. When they closed the polls before the specified hour, before 3 or 4 is a terrible large load, 300 or 400 members got there to vote, which is an outright violation of Landrum Griffin. All right, they closed the polls in violation of the law. Those people didn't get a chance to vote. See, he knew he didn't have a chance of beating the other candidate, see, like it was. So they then, after the election was over, said Glasky or whatever his name got defeated by the other candidate. So then he contested the outcome of the election. This local stepped forth and admitted violating the law. The Landrum Griffin people came in and conducted an investigation which verified their, acknowledging they violated the law. All right, then immediately the people in the district got the idea, well, this guy that was won this election was a crook, you see. Here is this local talking about, they thought it was under his influence. They sent the election over and said Glasky beat the heck out of the other guy. So you see, the thing they're concerned about this time is, this son was going to set up a situation, and if McBride beats him, then McBride will be picked as the villain, and they'll call that darn election over, and this guy will win it. So, man, the words come out from the top to be very careful that they don't fall for any of his tricks. Because they say he is some kind of an operator when he makes up his mind.
He was on 60 Minutes.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him a couple of times.
The other man has got the backing of the employer, the big steel companies and all that.
Well, I think,
Yeah.
The way he was
But this
talking
morning, though, on ABC, he painted McBride as the employer's candidate.
Yeah.
See, he reversed
Yeah.
that thing this morning.
Yeah.
Well-
Had him on about 10 minutes.
I think we've had enough discussion on that, and I'm looking at Brother Grantham in a position taken by what I consider the responsible people in that union, and I've outlined my concerns on the matter. Are you ready for the vote on that motion?
Yeah.
All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. It'll be noted it was by unanimous vote. Now, Brother Underwood, you said you had a matter you wanted to bring up.
It's awful short notice this time. This past Tuesday at our membership meeting, one of the members got a motion passed that I bring a problem here to try to get this board to take up the fight. I know we got quite a bit done in the workman's comp this past session, but I'd say as a whole, our members has lost money in the last year. And that is on this partial disability thing, permanent partial disability. They've refused to pay any claims that we've had. We've had 13 in the last year that they've refused to pay. I know it's still in the courts as to whether or not they're obligated to pay it or not, but our members would like to see us take up this fight and try to get some kind of legislation passed to put a stop to insurances being able to refuse that type of thing.
Give me a little more idea on what we're talking about.
In the past, when a man gets injured and a doctor gives him a rating, he has been collected some kind of compensation, you know, or future predicted earnings or that type of thing. But now, any man that's able to go back in that plant, they're refusing to pay him anything.
Even though the doctor might say he's 10% disabled and they
Or
won't.
20%,
they won't
they're
pay him
still
10%.
refusing to pay him anything.
As long as you don't have a loss of earnings.
Immediate loss of earnings, they're refusing to pay.
You mean to tell me if a guy got his hands cut off?
No, now hands is spelled out. We're talking about back injuries, that type of thing. If they give me 20% disability on my back,
But you
and
never
I'm
let the
allowed
guy-
to go back right then on my job, even though next week or next year I may not be able to continue. In the past, I have been able to collect that 20% disability. But now they're refusing to pay anything. I go back with zero.
But that's just the insurance carrier in your particular company.
That's happening all over the state, they tell me.
Well,
That's
we
just
never
first,
collected
that's first,
anything on disability if the guy never
go
left
back
the
to work.
job.
No, he came back. This guy left, but he came back.
Well, you mean, how long was he off the job?
6 months.
Oh, yeah, well, you get it all the time and still get it. But he said
We've got
they don't,
13 cases in the last 9 months that they refused.
The insurance carrier, that big company refused to pay part
Well,
of it. It's not a state law then, it's just an insurance carrier.
are they drawing, are they
It's in
drawing?
the courts right now. They've been paying it for years and years and years, and yet for the last 9 months they've refused to pay it.
The
Joe
com-
says
the
their company lawyer
attorney-
tells them that our company's the only one that's ever paid it, but I know better.
The Ingles are still
The
paying.
company attorney told me that the Supreme Court of the state of Mississippi ruled in their favor. That's what he said.
In the
If you don't
company's
have, in the company's favor, if the employees don't have a loss of earning capacity, they're not obligated to pay them this.
Are they drawing their
10%.
Not drawing
weekly,
nothing.
are they drawing the $84
Yeah,
a week
yeah.
or
From the
whatever
time
it
they're
is?
off,
We're
they
talking
draw
about-
it.
When they're off?
But he's talking about when they come back to
We're
work.
talking about when he comes
You're
back to work.
talking about some kind of
We're
a
back on
settlement
the
for
same
partial
Right.
disability?
Right.
Is that right?
Same rate of pay,
You don't have nothing.
they don't pay them anything.
Unless he has to take a lower paying job right then, there's no settlement whatsoever.
Do you have a supplement deal in your contract like Armstrong that they pay the difference in your lost wages and the comp?
That's what
Yes,
they're.
Now that indicates a reason from fighting the hell out of all of this, then, don't it?
What they're talking about, if you get a leg broken
Yeah.
and you lose, like bending at the knee, you lose
Yeah.
about 30% of the use of that leg.
Yeah.
They refuse to pay that.
No, not on a limb like that, it's a different situation.
They
We're
said
talking
that
about
If you lose a limb, it's spelled out what you'll get paid for.
No, I'm talking about 30% disability of that limb. I would love spelling that out.
But I'm talking about if I have a back injury and have to have surgery, and that doctor says I'm 30% permanent, partial disabled for life. If that company lets me go back to the job that I left, I don't get any kind of settlement whatsoever.
I never heard that. That ain't legal.
We've got 13 cases in the last 9 months. that they
Well, didn't
refuse-
you say the matter was in the courts?
It's in the courts. I don't know
Well, I think.
how far up the ladder it is.
Before we know where we need to go on that matter, that we need to see what the courts rule on it. So we'll have a little more to go on, because I don't know exactly whether it will require, legislation, or whether it will require some interpretations on the part of the commission over here.
Now, it's my understanding that, when the first thing came up, one of the board down there, workers' comp board, ruled in favor of the man. But the entire committee turned it over, and
The commission?
commission overruled it. No,
Well, it's the first time that something like this has come up, and I think that, I think perhaps we,
But Joe's saying that there's already a Mississippi State Supreme Court on it.
I don't know how far it is. I hadn't been,
I had a meeting with a attorney that represents the company and people I represent, and this is what he told me after about a 2-hour discussion.
what is the past practice then?
Well, it's different. Now, in my particular operation, I've got 2 or 3 people that's got some money in the past if they come back on the same job.
That's
But
in
not in
addition.
the last 2 or 3 years.
That's in addition to the weekly amount they
Right,
drew.
right.
They took care
To
of the
give you
doctor
one
bill.
illustration, I had a sister a few years ago that got a hold of electric wire in the plant,
Yeah,
and it destroyed something like 50% of her stomach.
right.
And when she went back to work, she got about $2,500 settlement
For
out
the
of it.
partial disability.
But now
A
they
lump
don't-
sum amount.
We've got 13 people right now that hadn't got a dime when they went back.
And that the doctors established the fact they have a certain percent of disability.
Right.
Have you employed a lawyer, Howard, at any time?
Not our local hadn't, but the thing has been, and
Oh,
I mean, this is not just my local union now. If you'll check, it may be happening in a lot of these plants.
I hadn't run across it.
These individuals in your local, Howard, has got a lawyer.
Oh, yeah, they've
All
got
of them
attorneys,
referred to
sure.
a lawyer.
I'm
Well,
not,
you
I
got
mean,
to have an attorney to fill it on.
that's the only way we can keep the cases alive, is if we appeal each individual case,
Right.
because of the year thing.
Well, I think perhaps we need to, well, we need a little more information, I think. I'd be interested in knowing if I'll have to, when you get the case through the courts, see what the courts say. Then we'll know whether or not we need to go into the legislature and get, some legislation adopted to correct the situation, but in my opinion, the law's pretty clear on this matter.
I'd like to know
And
the
it's a matter of
opinion of the
enforcing the law, isn't it? Isn't it a matter of enforcing the existing?
Well, what it says, that the way the law is wrote up, is that settlement is for a projected or earnings loss. And they're arguing now
If they are.
that if there's no earnings loss if he goes back to that job that he
same
left.
job, yeah.
Even though maybe next year he may not be able to do that job any longer. I mean, it's,
Well, Liston pays off on those things, that's one they pay. that's
Was
one.
Ronnie ever able to talk to, Nobley himself, Howard, do you know?
I'm sure he has. He's done quite a bit of work on this thing.
One thing, Carl, this suggestion, if Howard could send in to you the 13 people's names and addresses, and you could check with the commission to see what they ruled on it, and the reason.
Yeah, I need something to go on, I really
You could see
do.
what the commission
And
ruled.
let me see where the hell we are.
Ronnie was supposed to draft me up a letter to bring here today, and they've been in negotiations this week, and he didn't make it, so.
Well, obviously, we need more information to make a,
I'll go back home and get some
yeah,
information.
to make
and bring it to
an
you.
intelligent decision on it, I think. Of course, all of this is new to me right now, but,
Well, every one of them now.
Claude, you wouldn't have to
Yeah.
have a motion in case you found out the law was messed up like this,
No.
on record.
No, right.
I'll bet you if anybody in this plant goes back home and check, you'll find the same thing, cause that commission will not rule that way, because they're saying the court's already overturned it.
you dropped me the letter and some of the, cite me some cases and experience. Let me see what I can do with it. Then if it looks like we need to bring this matter to the board and get some action on corrective legislation, then we'll do it at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, but appears to me that, well, some unanswered questions here, whether or not the law is adequate or not, whether or not, it's a matter of court interpretation, enforcement
agree
of
with
the
you.
law.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
Yeah.
what that company's done is
Yeah.
just decided to go out and take you on about selling those things.
The company didn't do it, it was the insurance
The
carrier.
insurance carriers have.
The company has done everything they can to help us collect it.
Oh, they telling you that.
They do more than that.
He's got a point there.
Brother
Hey,
Dempsey?
You know how the company get rid of that insurance carrier? Terminate the contract with them. They,
As many
We
accidents
don't,
as they
we've
have,
got
they
the
have to-
situation though where we was putting a hat and draws for. We don't have any choice, we can't get anybody to carry.
Right,
They
that's
have
one of
to
these,
supplement.
that's one of these real
Make more
cases
money
that the
getting hurt
state
than they
pays
work.
some insurance companies take.
Yeah, I think it's part of the problem. I wonder if that ain't. I wonder if that ain't at the root of it. Yeah.
Put that in your pocket, 'cause I
Kelly
don't
said-
know.
We've got 80% supplement, sorry.
They have to get a court order
Yeah,
so they can go back to work.
Dempsey? Yeah. I'm trying to give it to him. Brother Dempsey's asked for the floor here. Let's see if we can't, see what that gentleman's got on his mind. Anyhow, you follow through on this, and then let me see what we need to do.
Talking about workman's comp,
Yeah.
we got a particular problem with unemployment, insurance in our plant. Look, we found out recently that if a plant schedules shutdown time or vacation time, weeks this year scheduled vacation time, and, most employees may be eligible for 1 week vacation pay, and the other 3 or 4 weeks is, they're not able to draw any unemployment for.
They sure
Take
ain't.
the plant right in the same town, they may have a particular bad situation and close this plant for 1 week, you know, due to lack of order, and they draw their unemployment.
If it's not called a vacation, that's the key.
That's the key. This-
Brother Jackson's had a lot of expense on that one. They
Look, we
carried this
spent
matter
about-
into the courts several years ago.
$5,000 and went all the way to the state Supreme Court, and they ruled that they don't have to pay. We won at the circuit court level, but the Supreme Court reversed.
If it's a scheduled vacation period. we're
Scheduled
talking about.
vacation or a holiday period.
Right.
With prima facie evidence that you're not available to the true labor market and not tied to unemployment. That was what the court ruling was.
How many vacation periods can they schedule?
As many as they want to. As
Well,
long as they
vacation
call
ain't
it a
vacation,
vacation,
well, okay.
where you paid for
I
it,
don't
not
see how
having
they-
to do it.
How they call it vacation?
I don't see how they can schedule it any longer than
As
the
long as
they
they get up to the Supreme Court, because they rule they could.
How they call it vacation without pay?
Well, scheduled shutdown.
They all kind of-
It's shutdown time. You know, the plant-
In case y'all are interested,
Supreme Court ruled that way.
I need to show you this document.
We
I wanna
spent
show you this
$5,000 getting that ruling.
You know, let me show you this document. This, House Bill 571,
Where else can you go with the Supreme Court?
as you can see, it's 64 pages long. But this is the bill that's been introduced to make the necessary changes in the present unemployment insurance law. It incorporates all of the congressional changes, bringing farm workers in under the act, the whole thing. Now, I haven't had a chance to read the whole bill.
You just read it to us.
Well, I'll just loan it to y'all and you can read it and tell me what's in it. You know. But there is a good possibility in this session we can correct one problem some of you are having, and that is this. Under the present situation of the present law, if you have a female member who gets a pregnancy leave, and when she reports back to work, if her job is shut down or been abolished, that individual can't collect unemployment insurance.
That's right, you gotta go back to work.
But there is a good possibility that we're gonna be able to correct that situation, whereby if that person reports back to work and the job's not available, she makes her, the job's down or something, then she reports to the unemployment office. At that point, she will be eligible to draw. There is a good possibility we're gonna get that done this time. But, and the problem you got, it's,
Why can't you change that
It's,
by law?
have y'all all
well,
familiar with, my international union had a suit on, pregnancy, women being allowed to draw estimated benefits, and that's
Yeah.
goes to Supreme Court, and we did lose.
that's the second accident thing you're talking about. That's
Yeah,
away from the
that's where
job.
they ruled 6-3. Yeah,
right.
I saw that decision.
But there is a good possibility, I think, that we can correct the other thing, and some of you that have a lot of female members, I think would be interested in this.
I'll tell you, Brother Dempsey, the thing they putting on you, the legislature didn't even write that way. You know how it come about? The commission ruled that they thought the legislature's intent, about 10 or 15 years after they put that part in the law, they never intended to pay these people, and the state Supreme Court ruled that was right. They ruled on the intent of the legislator, not on the language that was in the law.
Yeah.
To show you how messed
Why?
up it is, some people that went to the Shelby County drew unemployment, and people went to Winston County, more went to Winston, so they called Jackson, and Winston didn't get it, but Shelby did.
But the state agency ruled that nobody else.
This is an area that I think
Why
we
can't
need.
we get
When
a-
it was
the
administrative
legislature
ruling,
to pass
it
a number of weeks that a company can give off without pay,
I think this is something that we need to,
I don't see, if people in the plant don't give a 2 weeks paid vacation, I don't see how they can schedule more than 2 weeks.
Whether you get paid for it or not, I don't do it, Russell. We had people all got no money, but they didn't get no unemployment either. That's why I picked it up
They
start.
can't call it vacation.
No, that's just,
They did.
it's normal.
I know, but they always say that we shut down. No
That's the
work,
key to it. If you get your company to say we're closed down for lack of work, then you got no problem.
We gotta be closed like that.
But when you call
I
it
tell you.
vacation period, you done out of it.
I don't know exactly what all we got in this bill. It's just too, this bill is too lengthy. It might well be that some of these matters under discussions in this bill. I haven't had a chance to go over it. But I would suggest that the matter we have under discussion now, especially as it relates to shut down for vacation period, that you make some notes on some of the expenses on this. Let's see what comes out of this session, and then perhaps in the next session, maybe we can get some legislation introduced and get some hearings over there and establish some of the things that you've been talking about here this afternoon.
Spell them out in the law.
Spell them out and then make some correction as far as legislation. I think it's a little late to do it now, but some of them might be corrected here now.
They may have added that to
Yeah.
the analysis of the federal legislation
Yeah.
that I read, didn't
Right.
mention this vacation thing you're talking about.
Let's see what we got when this is over
Commission
with.
made that an administrative order about.
We have anything else here before we adjourn this meeting?
Adjourn.
Brother Dees wants the floor. He ain't gonna let you adjourn.
He better not stay up there.
Been here all this time and listened to all this talk, you and Joe Davis has been putting out, and I want to have one word to say. I want to tell the board that I sent in a new mailing list for Appalachian Council, and all the board members are supposed to be on it. And I assume that you should get your January. Now, I want you to kindly read it, and Brother Ramsey's on the board, and he may be able to clear up points that I'm fixing to mention here. This board handles this stuff. Appalachian Council has put in for a grant. I understand they've got part of it to conduct in different areas of the 12 states, school for labor leaders on this metric measure.
Yeah.
And they've had one, and they said it was a big success.
Right.
Now, this is to train or kind of get started people that are interested in teaching the class to their local unions. They're going to have to go over on it, short. And they've also applied for a grant. I don't know whether they've got it or not, Brother Ramsey.
I wrote in a letter to Joe in support of the funding of this thing.
Yeah. And I wanted to be thinking to the local unions and members and see if they can come and participate, if it ever gets to Mississippi.
Yeah.
And then we have a alcohol program that they're working on, and
I need to get on that.
so I'm sure Brother Ramsey knows about that, and I don't know what's going to come of that, but it wouldn't do them put me the director, the administrator of the alcohol program here in Mississippi.
That'd be a problem, but.
You laugh, fellas, that's a serious problem.
No.
We've got a program that I'm real proud of in our local union on alcohol.
Well, I believe you, Brother Bell, one mentioned to me a year or two ago about a program that we need. And what this is gonna consist of, what it's gonna do, I don't know. I hadn't had details on it. But I do know we have problems with lost time with people laying out where they drank too much and can't get back on the job.
Yeah, we've got some programs that's planned where we're trying to help people.
And, so, we did get refunded, and, I've, come to the conclusion or decided or been told, and others telling me, that what programs, money, the little bit we got this year, gonna try to spend it with local unions that are affiliated with the Mississippi AFL-CIO. Then if it's any left, I might could go to the other local unions. Well, they'll do any good, they have affiliation or not, I don't know. But if it hadn't been for the Mississippi AFL-CIO, we wouldn't have this program in the state. So I feel like it's just right to do it that way.
You're on target. You didn't tell about your staff meeting in next week.
Well, we have a half, I believe it amounts to, staff meeting next week, Holiday Inn out 55 North.
Yeah.
If any of you can, drop down on Tuesday night or Wednesday night. And, maybe we'll break you up a drink. Well, just a minute, that's more than I've had from the machine.
He asked for it and he got it. All right, we got anything else now? Has anybody got to make a speech? We're about to bring it to close. Jim, you want to have a word to say before we break up?
Not the only thing, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the invitation. enjoyed it. And one thing that struck me here, I couldn't get Russell Kelly to do it, is these area meeting things, and I certainly hope that's going to be designed to accomplish what we think it will, and as had it, I try to get it to bring out in that area. I think it's very important to have it on a district basis instead of just a couple of central labor unions because of the ripping and tearing, and I haven't got completely healed up that we took down there last election.
The 5th district?
5th district. And I think it's very important, and I believe if we will do our job, this is gonna pay dividends.
Mighty fine. Thank you, Jim. Anybody else? We're about to adjourn the meeting. All in favor of the motion to adjourn signify it by saying aye.
Yes, sir. Yes, Admiral, Thank you. It's